What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Monday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Hopefully you all had a fantastic weekend and you are ready to hit up a brand new work week here. We appreciate you making us a part of your start, whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM online, WAYYradio.com, sportstalk1051.com. You got your app, download that, take it on the go. Got your smart devices, smart speakers, Alexa, and all that good stuff. And, of course, the video stream up and rolling right now on YouTube, Man Cave TV. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning to begin a brand new work week here? Well, Brewers, baseball-wise, Brewers taking 2 out of 3 against the border battle of the Minnesota Twins. Brewers winning the first 2 games of the series, dropping the last one yesterday. But going back to Friday, they jumped out to a 1-0 lead, but then the Twins took the lead. And then thanks to 2 runs in the top of the 8th, Brewers able to hold on to a 3-2 victory. We got to see Coleman Crow making another start here for the Crew. Friday, he went 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks. Aaron Ashby picking up another win. Gets charged with a blown save, but gets credited with the win. So 8-0 for Aaron Ashby. So the Brewers this past Friday, picking up that 3-2 victory, and then Saturday, Brewers picking up a 2-1 victory against the Twins. This whole series, each of these 3 games was incredibly close here. But Jackson Chourio picked up his first home run of the year. And Logan Henderson picking up his first win on the season to improve to 1-1. But Chad Patrick might be the story from that game. He went 4 innings after Logan Henderson. 4 innings, giving up just 1 hit, no walks, striking out 3. And that 1 hit was that triple, and they were able to get out of it, too, thanks to a Jackson Chourio sliding catch in the outfield where runner didn't tag up on third. But an impressive performance from Chad Patrick to get his first career save on top of that. And yesterday, we got to see Robert Gasser get the starts for the Crew. He went 4 innings, 2 earned runs, a couple walks, 3 Ks. Every time the Twins went out to a lead, the Brewers would tie it up or inch a little bit closer. The Twins just outlasted the Brewers and picking up a 5-4 victory for the Twins. So, but Brewers, again, main thing is they got the series and now sets up for a early big series with the Chicago Cubs as we start to turn the page here a little bit on the month of May. We're a little bit past the halfway mark here, but considering where things are at right now in the NL Central, the Brewers are just 1.5 games behind the Cubs. Brewers and Cubs have the same amount of losses, both 18. Cubs have 3 more wins. Cubs 29-18, Brewers 26-18. Right on their heels, though, you got the St. Louis Cardinals. They're not going away. They won't go away. They're 1.5 back from the Cubs too. So the Brewers just holding a slight lead in terms of win percentage. Cardinals sitting there at 27-19. Still, Pirates and the Reds, they're 5 games back, but they still hold on to winning records. Pirates 24-23, Reds 24-23. So, but we'll recap again a little bit more detail this Brewers-Twins series and look ahead to this big series going up against the Chicago Cubs. Right now, when you look at it, I'll say this coming up when we talk some Brewers here. But thoughts, Brewers fans, on this upcoming series against the Cubbies? How you feeling? Your confidence level, pitching-wise, it may set up nicely for the Brew Crew because you got Kyle Henderson, Jacob Mizorowski. Tonight is Brandon Sproat. So Brandon Sproat versus Imanaga, but then got the Miz kid and Logan Henderson after that. So, but how you feeling, Brewers fans? All right, how you feeling right now? Hit me up. Start to hit me up with your thoughts. 715-830-1912. Or you can join in on the Section 105 chat room on our video stream. So plenty of baseball talk coming your way here this morning. Also on the docket, it is a VFW post at 3:05, best and worst from the weekend. So what was the best and what was the worst? All right, make your picks. Send them on over. We'll do a little Glory Days brought to you by Summer Jam. We'll hit up some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We've got some of the brackets out for softball, for high school softball, mostly Divisions 2 through 5, some of Division 1 here, but we'll go through that. We got a lot of our local teams or the surrounding areas here to our listening areas. A lot of teams represented high with some high seeds in that in those brackets too. So we'll go through those coming up a little bit later on. And then maybe we'll throw a little football chat in here as we get set for some off-season get-togethers and such. So, but we'll maybe hit that up, maybe hit up some of the latest rumors and rumblings surrounding the Bucs. I know Timberwolves fans a little down as their season is officially over with after falling to the Spurs this past weekend. So, but we're getting closer to the conclusion of this NBA season. We've got San Antonio taking on Oklahoma City tonight, game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, and then game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals will start tomorrow after Cleveland took down Detroit yesterday. So it'll be Cleveland versus the Knicks. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander getting named MVP again this season. So Stanley Cup playoffs, maybe paying a little bit more attention to that, but we got a game 7 tonight with Montreal. Montreal taking on Buffalo. Game 7 of that series tonight. So obviously do or die, winner moves on. And then we'll get game 1 on Wednesday between Vegas and Colorado. And then the winner of tonight will be taking on Carolina on Thursday. So that's kind of your game plan for us this morning. So let's get things rolling. Let's talk some Brewers Cubs. First time that these two teams will have played each other since the postseason this last year. So a little bit, how would you rate, if you are a Wisconsin sports fan through and through? I'm talking about Packers, Badgers, Bucks, Brewers. Where does this Brewers and Cubs rivalry rank in terms of like current right now? Not necessarily all time, but like current on the pecking order. Okay, currently. Is it the best? Is it second behind Packers Bears? Is it still behind Packers Vikings? You throw a little maybe Wisconsin Iowa rivalry in there, or I don't think the Bucks really have one at this point, but where is this Brewers Cubs rivalry in terms of like intensity for you currently? Okay. Where is it at? Has it surpassed the Cardinals? It's surpassed the Cardinals for me for a long time, but it's always been the Cardinals. But right now, it's definitely the Cubs for me. But where is it at in terms of overall Wisconsin rivalries? Okay. I mean, Wisconsin, Chicago right now. This past weekend with the Cubs and the White Sox series, Chicago fans all came together with chants of Green Bay sucks at a baseball game. Can you say in your head much, Chicago fans? Just saying. I'm just saying. So I'm not saying, but I'm just saying in your head. All right, let's get it going here this morning. Let's talk some baseball to open up things, all right? Let's do it. We'll take our first break, and then the leadoff coming up after these quick words. Whether you are chasing a championship or you're just trying to stay active, your body deserves the best care. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help athletes and non-athletes alike get back to doing what they love. From sports injuries and joint pain to everyday aches, their expert team is here with personalized care every single step of the way. So no matter your level of activity, you don't have to sit on the sidelines. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better, to feel better, and to live better. Just get started today by visiting cvosm.com. A couple of just a little bit of nuggets that popped up early this morning. Looks like the Super Bowl for 2030 is going to be played in Nashville. So Nashville expected to host the Super Bowl 2030. Also, according to Albert Breer, should find out today, but the 2028 NFL Draft will be in Minneapolis, so not far from here, so maybe mark it on your calendars, peeps. Draft is a little bit closer to our area. 2028 will be awarded to Minneapolis. Guess we're heading back to the draft, baby. So here we go. All right. Countdown begins, right? Countdown begins. That's less than 2 years already from now, for crying out loud. But we'll throw a little football chats coming your way here later on this morning, because we got to open up things here on the leadoff. Talking some Brew Crew, talking some baseball here as the Brewers winning another series, taking 2 out of 3 against the Twins this past weekend. We got to see Coleman Crowe get called up and get another start on Friday. Robert Gasser got the start yesterday, his first start for the Crew this season. So Brewers utilizing their depth from the starting pitching standpoints, and then Logan Henderson getting the starts on Saturday. So Brewers taking 2 out of 3. Not a ton of runs scored this weekend for the Crew, and it was close games through and through, but W's are all that matters right now for this team at this point in time. And after taking 2 out of 3, they've moved a little bit closer to the Cubs, who are in first place in the NL Central. The Brewers, though, in their last 10 games, they are 8-2. 8-2 in their last 10 games. They've been playing some really good baseball here, and, well, they'll be tested again going up against the Chicago Cubs. The Brewers, according to MLB.com, their record against teams with 500 or better record, an impressive 12-5. 12-5. Cubs 19-13. Cardinals are also on here at 15-7. So not too bad for those 3 teams, and that's a difference too of why those 3 are at the top of the NL Central right now. When you kind of look at other teams for comparisons, again, this is according to MLB.com, the Dodgers have a 5-7 record against teams who are 500 and better. The Padres at 7-9. Braves 13-5. They're doing their thing. When we go to the American League, you got Cleveland, who is 11-10, and Tampa Bay 13-11. The Yankees, 1-8. Yikes. So, again, kind of another number or fact, nugget, whatever you want to call it, that just showcases how well the NL Central has been so far to begin this year. Pirates are they're 12-13. Cincinnati, though, 4-12. 4-12 for the Reds. And it's going to be a little bit tougher here for the Reds, too, because they got to wrap up against Philly today. So, but past weekend, again, we got to see Jackson Chourio hit his first home run on the season. Yelich yesterday back in the lineup. He hit a dinger too. So at least a couple of home runs from your main players, or I should say a couple of your main home run threats for this team. But now we get the Cubbies. Right away. Not an off day today or nothing. It starts today against the Chicago Cubs. Where does this rivalry rank for you if you are a Wisconsin sports fan right now? It, to me, is probably it's top 3, possibly even number 2. It's still Packers-Bears for me. Like currently right now, Packers-Bears has upped the ante based off of what happened this past year. So just the animosity between the two, right? That to me is number one. And I say Brewers-Cubs, probably number two for me. It's tight still with Packers-Vikings. But given the competitiveness between the Brewers and the Cubs, obviously the Council situation, saw the postseason last year, I got to go Brewers-Cubs right now when I rank my current Wisconsin rivalries, not of all time, okay, but just going on the thermometer right now or the gauge or the scale right now, it's Brewers-Cubs. There is a lot of dislike between the two sides. There's obviously a lot of dislike between, Craig Counsell and Brewers fans as of right now. Obviously, with what happened with the playoffs last year, yeah, there's some animosity. So it's probably number two. Number two for me. Minnesota, Green Bay, be there. Then you kind of go to the Badger rivalries because I don't really think there's maybe a little bit of a one between Bucks and Pacers, but that didn't really do anything this past year, and I think it was probably because Tyrese Halliburton didn't play, and the Bucks sucked, and the Pacers sucked too. So there you had it. Otherwise, you maybe throw a little Bucks-Pacers. I think that's probably the closest one. Thought for a while it might have been Bucks 76ers. And that one really didn't pan out. Yeah, is it Bucks Pacers right now? Because is it really a rivalry between Bucks and Bulls, even though they're in the same division? NBA, it's different, but I think you got to go to the college landscape on that. Maybe a little Wisconsin Marquette for basketball for some people, but anyways, looking at this series, let's look at game one tonight between Brewers and the Cubs. So Brandon Sproat is going to get the start here for the Brewers. The youngster is going to be in a big spot, a huge spot. And on the other side, he's got Imanaga going for the Cubbies. So taking a look a little bit here at Brandon Sproat, he's coming off of a win against the Padres back on the 12th. Where he went 5 1/3, gave up 6 hits, 3 earned runs, a couple walks, 6 strikeouts. The game before that, the Cardinals, 4 innings, just 1 hit, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. I mean, his strikeout numbers are up there considering the amount of innings. He's got 36 strikeouts in 36 innings pitched so far this season. But this is going to be a big test, I think, for this young pitcher. And I think he's at that line right now for whenever Brandon Woodruff does come back, that maybe Sproat's kind of on that because I think Logan Henderson has passed Brandon Sproat. Even though Sproat started the season with the big league club, I think right now Logan Henderson is that guy that you keep in the rotation. So huge moment, huge opportunity for Brandon Sproat. The butterflies are going to be there. The nerves are going to be there. Going into Wrigley and going up against the Cubbies. How does he handle that big spotlight? How does he handle all of those nerves? If there's one thing you kind of look at from his games, maybe as of late here, is can he cut down a little bit on the walks? Can he not give free passes to this lineup of the Chicago Cubs? Can he limit that? I think that is going to be a big key into tonight's game. Excuse me. On the flip side, obviously Cubs players don't have any experience going up against Sproat. Brewers got a little bit against Imanaga. Contreras has 2 home runs against him in 10 career at-bats, hitting .300 with a 1.264 OPS. Joey Ortiz Check this out. In 9 at-bats, actually is hitting .444 against him with a 1.000 OPS. Look at Joey Ortiz. Blake Perkins, 4 career at-bats, has a home run. 750, so 3 for 4. Yelich, 10 career at-bats, does have a home run, 300 against him too. Bryce Harang, 9 career at-bats, 111. Andrew Vaughn, 7 career at-bats, 429. Frelick, 6 career at-bats, 167. Cheerio, 5 career at-bats, 200. So a little bit of experience. Obviously, cup like 2-3 games, if you could do the math. So, pitching matchup, on paper, on the surface, looks to favor the Cubs tonight. Not to get too far ahead, but you look at Tuesday night's game where you got Jacob Mizorowski going up against Ben Brown. That's a slated starter. And so far in 14 games and 2 starts, dude has posted a 1-1 record, but a 1.60 ERA. In his last couple of games, he has been on fire against the Braves, giving up just 1 hit in 4 innings and 7 strikeouts. Texas, 4 innings, no hits, 3 strikeouts. So, yeah, big time. That should be a Ben Brown, a little bit of a youngster, 26 years old, 6'6". It's kind of, battle of the 2 tall, lanky pitchers for Tuesday night's game. And then you look at the series finale between these two. You'll get Kyle Harrison on the mound for the Brewers, and Cabrera is going to get the start for the Cubbies. But we'll get to those 2 games when we get to that. But I think a big key tonight is going to be Brandon Sproat. How does he handle the pressure? How does he handle the spotlight of going up against the Cubbies, going into that environment at Wrigley Field? And can the offense give him some early run support, maybe to help settle him down, and maybe get to Imanaga early, rattle his cage a little bit? Offense, early offensive numbers, and how Brandon Sproat handles the pressure of tonight are going to be huge keys to victory for the Crew tonight. Where do these 2 teams stack up in terms of offense and defense? Let's break it down. We got to take a quick break, and we'll continue to preview this Brewers-Cubs series coming up after these quick words. Summer is almost here, and that means it's time to hit the road in something that you love. At Toyson Ford, you'll find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. Looking for power, looking for comfort, and reliability? Hey, they've got it, all backed by a team that's committed to making your car buying experience easy and stress-free. So whether it's a weekend getaway or your daily drive, make sure that you are riding in style this summer. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, where your next journey begins. Okay, so let's continue to talk some Brewers and Cubs to open up this morning in the first hour. Taking a look at where these two teams are kind of at in terms of rankings and stats and such. You got two teams that are kind of the polar opposite in the home run category, obviously. The Cubbies are tied for 7th with 57 home runs in Major League Baseball. And the Brewers, dead last, 30 home runs. However, that doesn't mean that the Brewers don't score runs, because they are top 10 in runs scored. They score 200, or they've scored 218 this season. Cubs, 241. Batting average, if you want to throw that in there, you've got the Cubs at 9th, averaging 246 as a team. The Brewers are 12th, averaging 244 as a team. OPS, Cubs, 4th best in Major League Baseball at a 749, whereas the Brewers are coming in at number 23, 693. But on base percentage, Cubbies second best, only behind the Dodgers. Cubs coming in at 343, but the Brewers third best, 333. So, again, probably not a big surprise in terms of some of those offense numbers. Brewers, again, not a lot of power, hardly any power, but they still can score runs. Pitching-wise, when we look at these two ball clubs in terms of team ERA, Brewers, third best in Major League Baseball. The only two teams ahead of them, the Braves and the Dodgers. The Brewers coming in with a team ERA of a 3.29, whereas the Chicago Cubs, straight in the middle, 15th at 3.99. In terms of giving up home runs, the Brewers, they're the best. Their pitching staff does not give up home runs. They've only given up 34 on the season. Cubs, complete opposite. They're third worst. They've given up, I should say, it's tied for second worst. They're tied with the Rockies, giving up 64 home runs. The only team that has given up more home runs from their pitching department is the Washington Nationals at 69. Maybe a little bit of power, depends on where that wind is blowing at Wrigley Field, right? Opponent's batting average, Brewers, 5th best, tied for the 5th best average, 225. Cubs are at 9 at 232. In terms of issuing walks, Brewers, the Cubs, 4th, tied for 4th, giving up the fewest amount of walks, 141. Brewers, 152. And then strikeouts, Brewers, 4th best, 426 total strikeouts. Whereas if you look at the Chicago Cubs, they come in at number 18 at 382. So just kind of a preview by the numbers between these two ball clubs of where they've kind of began the season now that we're approaching the first 2 months of the season. Cubs hit homers, Brewers don't. Both teams still score a bunch of runs. Cubs give up a lot of homers, Brewers don't. Which one's going to work out? Which one is – this is a series, too. I don't know if we can really – you can maybe look at some of the numbers and see some of the trends. But given these two ball clubs, they know each other very well. They've got game plans figured out. Can you execute the game plans? That's going to be the determining factor in this whole thing. Brewers are going to try to play their game. Cubbies are going to try to play their game. They're going to try to hit a bunch of home runs. Brewers are going to try to put pressure on that defense and manufacture some runs, playing a little small ball, hitting the ball around the park, and they're going to try to win by pitching. Brewers are going to try to win by pitching. Cubbies are going to try to win by offense. Which one's going to come out? Which one's going to come out on top? Which team is going to have the most amount of errors or defensive miscues? That's going to be a big factor in this one, too. Because I got a feeling that the team with, and honestly, you can make this probably for a lot of games and a lot of matchups, and this is probably going to be a statement that is like, well, no duh. But I feel like this is going to be a tight series, a series that's going to have a lot of emotions attached to it. The team that handles that better, limits the mistakes, timely hits, crucial hits, clutch plays, the team that does that, well, I feel like it's going to come out to, and you look at where these teams are at in terms of errors per game, they're right next to each other. In fact, they are tied. So far this season, the Brewers and the Cubs have averaged .45 errors per game. Best is the Padres at .30. However, if you look at the last three, Brewers, .67. So a little bit up there. Brewers home and away. This is actually kind of interesting. Brewers home and away, .46, .45. Cubs have actually averaged more errors at home than they have on the road. Kind of by a wide margin, here, too. Cubbies, .65 errors per game at home compared to .25 on the road. Maybe something to kind of watch heading into this series. Or maybe much to do about nothing. I don't want to say the phrase that we usually do when it comes to like NFL games or football games. It's a division game. Throw the records out the window. Throw the game plans out the window. You can't predict these things. Yeah, maybe a little bit different in baseball, but at the same time, considering these two managers know each other, these two teams know each other so incredibly well, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of extra oomph, little extra, focus and tons more pressure given the history between these two. I'm excited. I'm going to be nervous, but I'm excited to see this thing start to kick off. What's your predictions? And from a Wisconsin sports fan standpoint, is Brewers-Cubs top 2, top 3, top 5 rivalry right now? Where do you have it? Is Packers-Bears 1? Do you have Packers-Cubs 2? Or excuse me, Bears-Cubs? Say it, man. Brewers-Cubs number 2? Is it still Packers-Vikings at number 2 or Packers-Vikings number 1, depending on, you're like, look where we're at, and I've got more friends who are Vikings fans, and I can't talk to them. I can't stand them. I got Packers-Bears at number 1 and Brewers-Cubs at number 2 for me. And a lot of it is because of the competitive nature between those ball clubs. And just recency effect, too. The current meter has it. Packers-Bears for me. Brewers-Cubs second. All right, we got to take our final break as we start to wrap up the first hour. Coming up next hour, we'll throw a little football chat in there. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is back, by the way, peeps. So we get another year of A-Rod, or A-Rod, whatever you want to call him. I'd like to say A-Rod just because A-Rod is Alex Rodriguez, in my opinion. But anyways, he's back. So got that. We got Packers-Steelers this year, preseason game number 1. So nobody's going to play in that game. But regardless, Rodgers is back. I got to imagine this is his final year. But we'll throw I want to talk a little bit about Zaire Franklin coming up later on. Also, I want to get back to some Bryce Terang talk because Bob Nightingale, USA Today, fantastic piece over the weekend, highlighting Bryce Terang. And as the title of the piece says, Bryce Terang may already be one of the best players in the world. Finally, some national praise, worldwide praise for Mr. Bryce Terang. So I want to get to that at some point here this morning, too. Send me your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. Hey, Weekend Warriors have anything to brag about, or you want to do a little shout out, you can send those on over too. You can hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912 with a quick text, or join in on the Section 105 chat room on our YouTube stream. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the first hour after these quick words. Coming up on Wednesday, we are going to be doing the program from Hy-Vee in Eau Claire because Hy-Vee is going to be doing a free breakfast for veterans and current active military members as part of their 250th anniversary for Team America. Hy-Vee is going to be doing a breakfast for those who have served and continue to serve in the military. So that's coming up this Wednesday. All right, this Wednesday, May 20th, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So stop on by, dine in, or carry out only. So, and again, we'll be doing the program over there from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Looking forward to that. It was a good weekend, good Saturday, too, at Barbecue Fest at the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds, hanging out with our friends from Mike's Star Market for a few hours there. A lot of people, a lot of really, really, really good food, perfect weather. I mean, the smells of all the smokers and the grills going on. Oh, chef's kiss. It was magnificent. So big shout out to the peeps at Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds for putting that event together. And congrats to all the winners, including our good friends at Mike's Star Markets with their team placing first in People's Choice Award. So nice work. Good work. Good work. It was a good day Saturday. Good day. Perfect weather for it. Man, that could be a pick for the best of the weekend, too. Send me your best and worst from the weekends. You can hit me up with a quick text, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, or hang out in the Section 105 chat room. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll get to a little football chat here. We'll talk a little Packers and such, but let me kind of throw out an informal poll question. Now that Rodgers is back, Aaron Rodgers is back with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got Big Mike leading the charge over there. A lot of former Packers assistants are on that staff. Okay, it is Packers East. Is it kind of like? How do I want to say this? Okay, let me throw this. Maybe this is the way to do it. Bear with me. If you're a Packers fan and it doesn't affect your team, okay, are you cheering more for, if you have to pick one, okay, I'm forcing you to pick one. You have to. You cheering for Pittsburgh or Miami this year? Green Bay East or Green Bay South? If it doesn't affect the Packers, which team maybe has a little bit of a soft spot in your heart? Is it the old gang with the Steelers, Rodgers, McCarthy, James Campman, some of the other assistants like Joe Witt, even some of the training staff members? Or is it the new wave? Jeff Hafley, head coach of Miami, Malik Willis, who saved some games for Green Bay the past couple years, John Eric Sullivan, Brian Gutekunst's right-hand man for the last few years. Got to pick one. Take Green Bay out of it. I know Green Bay plays Miami this year, okay, for a game, but just ignore that. Because we all kind of like, hey, if my team's out of it, I'm kind of, hoping for the best for this one. Do you want to see Rodgers? If Green Bay's not involved, do you want to see Rodgers win a Super Bowl, one more before he calls it? Or are you hoping the best for Malik Willis, Jeff Hafley, and such? Which one? Which one is your AFC team between those two? Packers East or Packers South? This has got to be Rodgers' final year. You take this long to decide, middle of May, this has got to be it. Go on the farewell tour, tip your cap, ride off, maybe in the sunset or wherever, the darkness, whatever we want to call it. This has got to be it. But, all right, $20-some million too. Holy moly! I feel like that's a pay raise. Wasn't it like just 15? I'll have to double check that. When I saw the initial numbers coming up, I'm like, holy moly! Were they that desperate, or they gave him a bunch more money, saying, "Hey, please come back"? I don't know, but I was like, dang, a lot more than I thought it was last year. I could be completely wrong, but All right. I only got about a minute and a half till the shot clock stops. So, again, hit me up with your VFW post 305 best and worst of the weekends. You want to do some weekend warrior shout outs, maybe for some youth baseball if you had any tournaments or stuff, or maybe you yourself were at a slow pitch softball, whatever the case may be. Looking at anywhere from like K through 8th grade and then post college. All right, you can send those on over. Ones that we don't normally highlight in our local sports roundup, okay? That's what I'm looking for. Ones that we don't normally talk about in local sports roundup. But speaking of local sports roundup, we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. We've got some of the brackets for high school softball as regionals are going to be starting this week, and a lot of representation from our listening area teams, especially very high up in those standings and those seedings. So we'll hit that up as well. And then we've got Express season starting, a week from today. So that's coming in hot. We'll have more details for some Tailgate Thursdays that we're going to be doing with the Express. So I'll hit that up, give you a little bit of a heads up coming up here later on here too. All right, shot clock is there. We got some news updates, and we'll be right back after these few words. All right, here we go. Second quarter, second hour kicks off right now. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Hopefully you all had a fantastic weekend and you're ready to hit up a brand new work week here. Heading into a Memorial. Can you believe it's already going to be Memorial Day weekend? A little bit earlier this year, obviously, because 25th, that's the last Monday of the month of May. But, man, that's coming up here really, really quick. We got Brian from Card Collecting Club saying best of the weekend. The Card Collecting Club handing out 800 packs to kids at the Seymour Baseball Tournament on Saturday. So continue to send us your best and worst from the weekend, brought to you by our good friends at the VFW Post 305. A little bit earlier, Steve said worst from the weekend was the Brewers' defense yesterday. So hit us up with those texts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat on our YouTube stream. So we'll get back to some more baseball talk here as we are getting set for Brewers Cubs. We spent the first hour talking some Brewers Cubs, recapping the Brewers series win against the Twinnies this past weekend, taking 2 out of 3, dropping yesterday's game. But now we get this big early season series going up against the Cubs. Where now the Brewers are just 1.5 games behind the Cubs for first place in this division. But the Cardinals, they ain't going away. They ain't going away. So, yeah. They got to be one of the biggest surprise. I know we've talked about it off and on, but man, the Cardinals got to be one of the bigger surprises so far this season. When you look at some of the baseball teams and where they're at in the standings, I throw White Sox in there. The White Sox are above 500, 24-22. Pat Murphy nailed that one after their opening weekend, saying this is a good team. This is going to be a really good team. And right now, they're in second place, 1 game behind the Guardians for their division. They're above 500 for crying out loud. Athletics are 500, but some people kind of thought, okay, this year they might be a little bit better. But the Cardinals, them and the White Sox have to be the 2 biggest surprises so far. But I want to talk some football coming up here a little bit. We got local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, probably coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll do a little Glory Days brought to you by Summer Jam as well. But kind of threw out a quick question with Rodgers coming back. I would think for 1 more year, this is it, but who the heck knows with A-Rod? You got Green Bay East, you got Green Bay South, right? The Pittsburgh Steelers with Mike McCarthy and Rodgers and some assistants like James Campman and Joe Witt Jr., longtime Packers peeps over there. Then Dolphins, a little bit more of the new wave, old wave, new wave, Malik, Halfley, Eric Sullivan. Take Green Bay off this. Do you have a soft spot for either one of those teams if you had to pick? C-Bomb says, I'm pulling for Green Bay East. I still have nothing but respect for number 12, even though he wears 8 now. I would like to see the old band make one last run. McCarthy and Rodgers were great for us for so long. How can you not want to see them succeed? Have one last hoorah. Obviously, if it doesn't affect Green Bay, right? As long as they don't get in the way of the Packers. Like, if it's Steelers and Packers in the Super Bowl, it's Packers. If it's Packers, Dolphins in the Super Bowl, it's Packers. So, right? I think that goes without saying here. But, when it comes to, and maybe we're going to be in this situation when it comes to Giannis. How do you kind of approach this? How have you approached this in the past? Maybe it was for Favre, or maybe it was initially for Rodgers, or maybe it was for another all-time great. Maybe you kind of, if you're a diehard Hoops fan, maybe you were kind of that way with Ray Allen a little bit. But like when one of your team's best players and maybe an all-time great leaves and goes to another team, how do you, as a sports fan, how do you kind of approach that in terms, do you still cheer for him? Do you still hope for the best? It's always team first for you, but if it doesn't affect your team, do you still maybe have a little bit of a rooting interest? For me, I'll just kind of use the Favre example. I was still Packers through and through. When he was with the Jets, I kind of rooted for the Jets. I wanted to see the best for Favre. Vikings, no. Lose every game. Lose every single game. Didn't care if it was against Green Bay. Could have been the Vikings. Could have been the Bears. Lose every single game. So I think that obviously kind of factors into it a bit. But maybe we're approaching a similar path for Giannis. You know what I mean? Because if Giannis leaves, and the NBA is a little bit different. Because I feel the NBA's, compared to the other teams, or compared to the other leagues, I feel like the NBA is a little bit more of an individualized sport. It's still a team sport, but from a fan perspective, I feel like fans gravitate towards more towards a player than maybe the team. That's not everybody. But if Giannis leaves, maybe you're a casual Bucks fan or kind of just an outside observer, and you've followed the Bucks for the last few years. But if Giannis leaves, and you're kind of like, then I'm done watching the Bucks or following the Bucks. Well, then that means you're probably just a Giannis fan, and then where are you going to cheer for? I know a lot of people, like a lot of my friends back in the day, they were just straight up LeBron fans, and whatever team he'd go to, all right, that's their team. That's their team. Cavs, all right, Cavs fan. Heat, all right, going to the Cavs. Back to the Cavs. Now the Lakers. They're a LeBron fan. It's kind of an interesting dynamic as a sports fan. How do you kind of, because you spend so much time and maybe so much money on swag or tickets and all that stuff, rooting for this individual player, and now that they're gone and they're playing for a different team, it's still always team first, but it's still kind of, I still got a little bit of a soft spot in my heart for that one particular player. Because I agree. I'm looking at Pittsburgh, and I'm looking at that team, and I'm seeing a lot of the old guys back from maybe some of the glory days of the Packers, and seeing Mike McCarthy and seeing all these Aaron Rodgers and James Cameron, and then there's a soft spot. And if it doesn't affect the Packers and it doesn't hurt the Packers or it doesn't stop the Packers from going to a Super Bowl or win a championship, I've got to cheer for them. Same with Miami. Malik Willis, Jeff Hafley, Eric Sullivan. It's almost like you're still cheering for your team because they were big parts of your team, if that makes any sense. But if they go to a rival or anything, it's like, no. Like if Rodgers was with the Bears, heck no. Malik with the Bears, no, sir. Hafley, Bear, no. Line, no. Division stuff, no. Take that out. It makes it easier when they're in a completely different conference and that. Zaire Franklin. So Zaire Franklin, he actually talked with Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero on NFL Network the other day on The Insiders. And he kind of touched on the process of being traded from the Colts to the Packers. And he gave a lot of praise to Chris Ballard, who is the GM of the Colts, saying, quote, "Me and Ballard have a great relationship. I knew him and my agent were going to meet and talk about how they saw my future. Much love to Ballard. He kind of gave me and my agent our choice of what opportunity fits us best." He said that we handle it with class. I went to a first-rate organization in Green Bay with a chance to compete for a Super Bowl this season. How crucial, how important do you feel Zaire Franklin has to be for this Packers defense to maybe take that next step to becoming a consistently dominant group? Do you have, he's a little bit older than Quay Walker, so essentially he is replacing Quay Walker in this. Do you feel better about that? No, I get it. We can only base it off of paper and stats and numbers. Maybe you saw Zaire Franklin play for the Colts for the last few years, so you're a little, you're a little bit more familiar with him, if you will. But how crucial of a player is Zaire Franklin? Somebody who we haven't talked a whole lot about this offseason. Even though it was a trade, I don't feel like we've talked a ton about him. But you look at his career. Since 2018, he has played in either 16 or 17 games every single year. The last 4 years, over 100 tackles each year. A little bit down in production last year. A lot of that was talked about a change in defensive philosophy and such. But in 2024, he also had 3.5 sacks. Last year, he had 2. How crucial, how critical is Zaire Franklin, in your opinion, to the overall success of this Packers defense? Paired up with Edgerrin Cooper, right? He's right there with Edgerrin Cooper. What do you think? Hit me up. All right. Text on over 715-830-1912 or hit me up with a message on the Section 105 chat room. All right. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more as we kick off this second quarter after these few words. Summer is right around the corner, and that means it is time to freshen up your home from the ground up with Carpet City Flooring Center. Whether you're hosting backyard get-togethers, opening the doors to family and friends, or just ready for a seasonal refresh, new flooring can completely transform your space. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center has everything you need to bring your vision to life. And it's not just about the looks. It's about quality that you could count on and expert guidance every step of the way. Their team is ready to help you find the perfect fit for your style, your needs, and your budget. So before summer officially kicks off, make sure your home is ready to shine. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center today and make the first step towards a space that you will love all season long. Just looking at a few of the texts that are coming in on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line this morning. It looks like it's a wide majority going with Pittsburgh if you had to pick between the two. So, but all right, yeah, I'm not too surprised how that all plays out. So, let's go back to a little baseball talk here. Bryce Terang. So last week we spent a little time kind of deep diving into Bryce Terang and such. But Bob Nightingale from USA Today over the weekend dropped a new piece highlighting Bryce Terang, where the title is Brewers' Bryce Terang may already be one of the best players in the world. And Pat Murphy, I think, again, this is probably one of the best compliments you can give any athlete, any ball player in any league. But Pat Murphy said, quote, he could have played in any era, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, you name it. He's not looking to impress you with his flair. He's definitely not a look-at-me guy. He's not looking for attention. He's a team guy. He loves baseball. He just loves preparing for the game and playing it. He's really special. It's all legit, bro. I love that. And kind of goes, I'm not going to read the whole article. It's not going to be story time or anything like that. You can go check it out online. But a lot of the stuff that we were saying last week about Terang is focused in this one too. Feeding off of what Pat Murphy kind of said. Not a look-at-me guy. Just goes about his business. Just plays the game. Just goes out there and does the work. And there's a cool little story when he was first drafted that I had not heard before. But here, I'll read this part. When he was drafted by the Brewers in 2018 with the 21st pick out of Santiago High School in California, they were $1 million apart in negotiations at the outset. Terang, who had a scholarship at LSU waiting for him, offered David Stearns, the Brewers president of baseball operations at the time, a little advice. Quote, you going to let $1 million stand in the way of signing a Hall of Famer? Terang asked matter-of-factly. Terang, with less than 24 hours left before the deadline, agreed to a $3.41 million signing bonus, nearly $400,000 over the slot value. I'd never heard that story before, and just kind of seeing and hearing and reading about, Terang and his personality and such, that was a little bit of a maybe kind of caught me by surprise. Like, oh dang! But I love the confidence. I love the confidence from a player. I mean, you're putting yourself under pressure. Yeah, you're trying to get a little bit extra money and you're trying to do a little bit of a sales pitch, but you're also putting yourself under a little bit of pressure that you got to play up to that. And I think, no question, Bryce Terang has played up to that standard, and he continues. This is the thing that one of the things too that I really appreciate and I love about Bryce Terang is his continued ascension of constantly just getting better and better and better every year from an offensive standpoint. Defense has always been there. Defense was never the issue, but he has constantly gotten better. And I think, from a Brewer standpoint, they're probably hoping A Cooper Pratt evolves into that type of player. Cooper Pratt, the defense is there. We know the defense is there. There's no concern. It's a major league ready defense. It's just the offense isn't there. And they're electing to be patient. But I probably think this is what we hope Cooper Pratt is going to develop into. What Bryce Terang is currently doing in front of the world, the nation, the baseball world right now. Developing not only into one of the best second basemen in the entire league, but one of the best players in the whole league. And we talked about Aaron Judge with his high compliments, afterwards saying, I wish he was on my team. And I think Brewers fans are just like, oh, probably will be in a few years in that. But Aaron Judge said his full quotes, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the game right now. He's going to be a bright young star in this game for a long time. He's one of a kind, man. I wish we had him on this team. I don't know what the future is going to hold for Bryce Terang with the Brewers. He's under control for quite a bit. Brewers also have some major depth. I mean, a Jesus Mate is with the Timber Rattlers right now, so you'd maybe expect maybe a couple years, few years after that. But they got control with him, so there's nothing that has to be decided this year or next year even. Maybe even the year after that. But, man, Terang is really, really pricing himself out of Milwaukee with his play. He has been just, 288 so far this year, 6 home runs, 27 RBIs. When you look at it from a Brewers offensive standpoint and, team leaders and such, you're going to see Terang's name all across the board. He is the team leader in OPS. He is tied with home runs with Jake Bauers. He has the most runs scored with 36. He has the highest batting average. He is tied with the most RBIs with Contreras. He is 3 hits back from Contreras for the most hits on this team. Contreras is at 47. Terang is at 44. Second basemen normally don't do this. Second basemen normally aren't your top offensive producers. And for the last couple of years, we kept hearing about Terang, maybe a little bit more of a power stroke, a little bit more, and we've been seeing that on display, but also going Oppo a lot too. Oppo Taco. I really, really appreciate and love watching him go out there and play some baseball. He is so fun to watch. All right, let's take a quick break as we are halfway through the second quarter already on this Monday morning. Hit me up with your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. All right, we'll get back to some more of those coming up a little bit later on. Quick break, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes. When it comes to quality meat in Eau Claire, there's one name that locals trust. That's Mike's Star Market. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to homemade brats, specialty items, everything is prepared with care and packed with flavor. Planning a cookout or filling the freezer or just looking for something better for dinner tonight, Mike's Star Market has you covered. Stop on in today and taste the difference. Mike's Star Market, your hometown butcher shop in Eau Claire. Again, big thanks to Mike's Star Market for letting me hang out with them on Saturday at Barbecue Fest at the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. It was a lot of fun, perfect weather, lots of grills and smokers, and a ton of really good food. And a shout out to Mike's Star Market's team placing first place in the People's Choice Award. So we got a few messages to catch up on here. We've got Jake on our Shoe Doctors bullpen line saying that Terang has easily turned into one of my favorite players over the last couple of years. I've loved his improvement from the offensive side. He's a good example for younger ball players that practice makes perfect. John with a text about Bryce Terang. Bryce Terang, to me, is the best player on this Brewers team. You can make definitely a case for Contreras, and I wouldn't argue with that. But given what Terang means to this lineup and what he provides defensively, I think right now he has a slight edge over Contreras. But I could easily be convinced otherwise. Another texter saying, I don't think Terang is going to be with the Brewers in a couple of years, so I'm enjoying his play while he is with the crew. I just hope that the Brewers can get a championship while he is still there. He is definitely a fun player to watch, and I love the fact that he's not all about himself. So we're talking some Brewers and Cubs as we get set for this series tonight, Game 1 of this series between Brewers Cubs. First time these two teams have faced each other since last year's postseason. And, I mean, numbers-wise, if you're looking at some of the numbers, run differential, Brewers are a plus 61, Cubbies are a plus 42. Cubbies are one of the top 10 teams in home run hitting. Brewers, dead last. But the Brewers give up the least amount of home runs from their pitchers. Cubs are towards the bottom, too. Runs scored, Cubbies 241, Brewers 218. Runs against, Cubs 199, Brewers 157. Who's going to have the advantage? Will it be the Brewers pitching and their small ball? Or will it be the Cubs and their offense and maybe playing in the friendly confines of Wrigley Field? Send me some predictions, all right? Obviously, we're not going to do picks until the back end of the final hour and the 9 o'clock hour, but you can start to send those on over. How do you see this one playing out? And if you are a Wisconsin fan through and through, Badgers, Packers, Brewers, Bucks, where does Brewers-Cubs, that rivalry, rank on the rivalry scale for you? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3 behind Packers-Bears, Packers-Vikings? I got it at 2 right now, just from a current standpoint, and it could change in a few years, but currently right now, I got it at 2. It's behind Packers-Bears. And, I mean, Packers-Bears last year, it's not just from a historical standpoint. We all know what happened last year in those 3 games. But we also saw what happened last year between Brewers and Cubs. You throw in the playoff thing and obviously the Craig Counsell situation. So I've got it at 2. But I completely get it, and I would completely understand. I'm not even going to argue if anybody has Brewers-Cubs as the top rival right now for Wisconsin sports teams. After that, I think you got to go to, do you put Brewers and Cardinals still in there? I think you could put that one in there too. All these, and then I think you go to the college side of things with Wisconsin, even Marquette, before you hit up anything with the Bucks. Last year we could have said Bucks Pacers definitely on there, but right now that's fallen off, and that's because, both teams stunk, and Tyrese Halliburton didn't play at all this year for the Pacers, so there really wasn't that back and forth. But if we asked this question last year, yeah, Bucks and Pacers would probably be up there for me, just from a current standpoint. Yeah. I'm going to be antsy. I'm going to be anxious. I'm pumped for this series. Man, I want this series win. It's not going to obviously determine anything when it comes to postseason stuff later on and that, but from an early season series, this is a big one with the Brewers just 1.5 back from the Chicago Cubs. And you look at it, too, a lot of talk, and I was even watching a little bit of Sunday Night Baseball last night. And a lot of the talk, I think, for this Brewers team as the season progresses, and if the Brewers continue to be in the standings of where they're at, I think a big topic of discussion is going to continue to be the lack of home runs and whether this is a winning formula, right? And when I say winning formula, I would say postseason formula. Because right now they are winning games. I mean, they're 26-18. Okay, they're 8 games above 500. So they are winning games. But people, especially from a national perspective or all across baseball perspective, are going to ask the question, is this a formula that can win in the postseason? Because they were talking a little bit about it yesterday during the telecast, a little bit of the Padres and Mariners game I was watching. I think it was Rizzo that was bringing it up. Like, hey, look at the Brewers. They're still scoring runs, and they're dead last in home runs and such. So that if this continues, and I think it's going to be an interesting case, and it's very similar to last year. But right now, when you look at this Brewers team and we look at the preseason predictions that we had, one of the questions that we threw out there, I think it was between Brandon and myself, and we threw it back to the rest of you, who's going to lead the team in home runs? And kind of inadvertently, would they get over 30? Right now, I don't think you're going to have a Brewers player get over 30. I think you'll have a couple in the 20s. Some of it may be due to the fact that, Yelich has missed some time, and let's face it, odds are he might miss some more games as the season progresses. But you're probably not going to have a Brewers player that's going to have over 30 home runs this year. In fact, you might only have maybe a couple players in the mid to high 20s. And let's say the Brewers make the postseason this year. That is going to be the biggest topic of discussion, as long as everybody's healthy, everybody's ready to go, is going to be, can the Brewers provide enough offense to win in the postseason? And right now, the majority is probably going to say no. But it's an we'll see how it all plays out. Right now, they're winning games with it. But can it win in the postseason? I don't know. If I had to pick one side, I'll be honest, I'm probably leaning towards no. Because I still want a big power bat to plug right in the middle of that lineup. I like the top half of a Cheerio, of a Contreras, of a Terang, of a Yelich. I like those 4. But I still feel they need one more power bat. Just one more. You put a guy, maybe in that cleanup or that fifth spot that's just your power dude. I'd feel a little bit better about that. I want to. One thing that popped up from this past weekend too, looking at this Brewers series against the Twins. Garrett Mitchell. So, Garrett Mitchell yesterday, he got the start. And big home run, 115 miles per hour off the bat. I mean, that was huge. He torched that thing. Hardest hit baseball for the Brewers this year. He did not get the start on Saturday against the Twins. Blake Perkins got the start on Saturday. And he did get the start on Friday, but then Blake Perkins came in. So Mitchell only had a couple ABs, then Blake Perkins came in. Garrett Mitchell, to me, I don't know if he's on thin ice But I do think it's worth noting that, he's getting subbed. He's not getting everyday starts. And I know you could say, well, lefty, righty, but, Blake Perkins is a switch hitter and such. But with Luis Lara down in AAA and for the start of the season that he has had so far, I just wonder, is Garrett Mitchell, I don't know, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, but could we maybe possibly see a change? Because, defensively too, and I think Brand and I even talked about it on Friday, there just seems to be a little bit off, maybe a little bit step slow, maybe a little apprehensive in some things. But, you look at his last 7 games, his last 23 ABs for Garrett Mitchell, he is hitting .261 and slugging a .478. But overall, so far this season, .223 and a .344 on-base percentage, 700 OPS. These are all below his career averages. Not a big career sample size because of the injuries that he's had, but still. I don't know. It's just there's something a little off in their approach right now with Garrett Mitchell, I feel. Again, maybe just kind of overreacting a little bit, but all right. We got to take our final break for the second quarter, second hour. Then we'll hit halftime. We'll be right back after these quick words. Sunshine, road trips, and summer adventures are calling. Is your vehicle ready? At AGM Automotive in Eau Claire, they'll make sure you hit the road with confidence. From AC checks and oil changes to brakes and full inspections, AGM Automotive has you covered before the heat kicks in. With 2 convenient Eau Claire locations, expert service is always just around the corner. Don't let car trouble slow you down for your summer plans. Schedule your appointment today by visiting agmautomotiveservices.com. AGM Automotive, keeping you cool, safe, and road trip ready all summer long. We have about 7 minutes left to the top of the hour. We've got our good friend Zach chiming in on the Section 105 video stream. By the way, Zach, where's Digital? Where's Paul? Where are those guys at? Did you scare them off, man? I mean, where are they at? Zach says Brewers Cubs is like Packers Bears. I'd put them at 2 behind Packers Bears. It's kind of where I'm at too, man. It's definitely. I'm already getting trash talk texts from friends who are Cubs fans, and I don't know why I'm friends with them, but somehow I am. So. But, yeah, I'd probably put that at 2. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So, I know this was a little bit late last week, but I'm there with you. I'm getting a little tired of the whole Giannis, what's going to happen sort of thing. I mean, it's very reminiscent of Rodgers stuff and that. But, when you hear Miles Turner talk about how Giannis was late to stuff, taking advantage of the lackadaisical rules, if you will, of Doc Rivers. Does that change your thoughts on how you view Giannis, whether you want him to stay with the Bucks, whether you want the Bucks to trade him, or maybe it's like, hey, I'd take advantage of that too if I was Giannis. And if you missed it, I mean, essentially, Miles was on a podcast and kind of talking about, Doc didn't fine players for being late, and it seemed to be really relaxed and no accountability and such. And Giannis was one of those guys that was taking advantage of that and being late to stuff. Does that change your mindset at all for yes? Because to me, it does. Because I go back to a lot of the stuff from Giannis during the season where he talked about, he kind of preached against that stuff, preaching for accountability, doing, to be a leader in that. And if this is all 100% all on the up and up and true, it's like you're going out there saying this, but then you don't follow what you're preaching, what you're saying. And hey, we've all been there, we've all like, hey, you got a little bit of, maybe take advantage of a little bit of a loophole, or hey, the boss isn't here. We can maybe jet out a little bit. We've all done something like that, right? But to go and sit and kind of call out maybe your teammates and call out accountability, it makes you look like a hypocrite. It kind of makes you look like a hypocrite. Now I know there's ESPN stories all over the place saying that the Bucks, there's some new ones out there that are saying, the Bucks are, quote, done with the circus, or they want to move on from the circus. They're using the word circus. And we don't know what these sources are. It could be an anonymous Eastern Conference foe throwing that out there to try to lower the asking price of Giannis so that their team can acquire Giannis. It's gamesmanship. We've seen it across all other sports. We don't know exactly what's true. Is there some frustration on both sides? Probably. There probably is. Most likely, there is. And the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And I think we're ready to get to the draft next month and ready for the finality of this so we can all move on, whether that means Giannis is on the ball club or he's on a different team. And depending on the team he goes to, if he does go somewhere, I would like to see Giannis get another championship. If it doesn't prevent the Bucks from if he were to play the Bucks, let's say in the finals, which I know people are probably laughing right now, I'd still go Bucks. I'm still team over player, but you have soft spots for these players because they were on your team for the longest time and you cheered for them. So you're always going to have a little bit of a soft spot for them. But going back to those, if that is all 100% true, and I don't know why Miles would say that stuff if it wasn't, and maybe it's not full-on true, maybe it's a little telephone game and parts of it were, but it just does change the perspective a little bit for me at least. All right, shot clock's going to cut us off. VFW Post 305, best and worst in the weekend. What do you got? All right, text them on over, send them on over, or hit us up on that YouTube chat, okay? We're approaching halftime here. We've got local sports roundup coming up probably in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll hit that up. Brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll also do a little Glory Days. Brought to you by Summer Jam in Eau Claire. We're getting set for Brewers Cubs. Series starts tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Coverage begins 35 minutes prior on the radio dials, your radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. All right, we'll take a quick news break. We'll be back to kick off the third quarter after these quick words. All right, here we go. The third hour, third quarter kicks off right now. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Made it halfway through already. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend and you're ready to hit up a brand new work week here. The week leading into a Memorial Day weekend. Maybe able to take advantage of some of the nice weather that we had, especially on Saturday and such. But we've got Brewers, Cubs starting tonight. Brewers picking up a series win against our friends just across the border against the Twins. It was a close series in each of those games. But the Brewers' lone loss coming yesterday in a 5-4 loss. Got to see Coleman Crowe pitch again Friday. Robert Gasser getting a start yesterday for the Crew. Brewers utilizing their young depth at that starting pitching spot to fill in some holes while Brandon Woodruff still makes his recovery and his return. Coming up for this series for the Cubbies, we're going to see Brandon Sproat get the start for the Brewers tonight, Jacob Mizorowski tomorrow, and then Kyle Harrison gets the series finale start on Wednesday. Looking a little bit ahead, not too far, but looking a little bit ahead to the Brewers schedule. This is a big week, right? This is a huge, huge week in terms of competition. Can we call it? Is it too early? And when we say whenever I throw this question out there, it probably means, yeah, it is too early. But I was almost going to say, is it prove it week for the Brewers? I feel like that's a little too early. You got Cubs, and then you return home to face the Dodgers. You're talking about probably what a lot of the experts are out there saying the two best teams in the National League at this point. Cubs, Dodgers. Will Miz start one with the Dodgers? So if he starts Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, he could start that series finale on Sunday. Ooh, that'd be something. That'd be a good one. No doubt, I think. Or he starts game one of the Cardinals on Memorial Day Monday too. But yeah, this is a big time week here. Big time early week for the Brewers, because we're talking about records too against teams who are over 500. And you look at the Brewers, and according to MLB.com right now, the Brewers are 12-5 against teams who have a 500 or better record. And the Brewers are coming off of, sweep of the Yankees, near sweep of the Padres. They won that series. Twins, all right, Twins not to the level, not trying to upset you Twins fans, but not to the level of a Yankees and such. But, I mean, you look at the Twins, they're 21-26. Okay, they're not, like the Angels or anything or Rockies. Angels are actually worse, but this is an early test, an early big test here for the Crew. Can they ride that momentum and maybe pick up a series win against the Cubs, pick up a series victory against the Dodgers? Hey, they swept the Dodgers in the regular season last year, but that didn't matter because then the Dodgers took care of business in the postseason, for crying out loud. But let's see what this Brewers team, what they're made of. Let's see what they have. This is a good week. This is a good telling week. Maybe a good first indication of what this Brewers team can be like. It's tough, but you got to find out at some point. So embrace it. Let's embrace this week here. Take a game-by-game approach. So just focus on tonight's game. Worry about tomorrow. Don't look ahead. Can't look ahead against the Dodgers. You got the Cubs, for crying out loud. Brandon Sproat getting the start. And this is a big moment for Brandon Sproat. He's probably on that line. Whenever Brandon Woodruff comes back, Sproat is probably the guy that's on the line that maybe he loses his starting spot. Because I still feel like Logan Henderson deserves to stay in the starting rotation. And I think a big key for tonight's game, one of the biggest keys for tonight's game, is going to be how does Brandon Sproat handle the pressure, handle the environment at Wrigley Field. Nerves are going to be there. Across from him or on the other side is Imanaga. Veteran, been there before, done that before, pitched against the Brewers many times. How does Sproat handle the anxiety, handle the nerves? How does he limit some mistakes? How does he limit his walks? No free passes. No free pass. And if you're looking at some of the things from Sproat, he's coming off of a game against the Padres where he picked up his first win, did issue a couple of walks. Game prior against the Cardinals, 3 walks. Prior to that, 2 walks. 4 innings, 5 innings. Limit the walks. Limit the mistakes. Don't issue multiple free passes to this offensive lineup of the Chicago Cubs. Starts there. And if the offense can give him some early run support to maybe kind of relax a little bit so he's not so tense, all right. Let's go about it then. So, again, first pitch tonight, 6:40. Coverage will begin on your radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, 35 minutes prior. I want to go back to Chad Patrick from this past weekend. Chad Patrick. He was awesome on Saturday. Let's give that guy some and I think he is proving more and more that maybe he is just better out of the pen. Maybe he's just a better pitcher coming out of the bullpen, giving your team a couple innings, or in the case of Saturday, 4 innings. 4 innings, 1 hit, 3 walks, or 3 Ks, no walks to pick up his first career save in a 2-1 game. They had Uribe warming up in the pen for that 9th, but they went to Chad Patrick. A lot of teams might just go with their closer in that situation, but they kept with Patrick. And you look at what he has done in his last couple games coming out of the pen. His last 3 games, okay, against the Yankees, back on the 9th. He went 3 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He pitched an inning against the Padres. No earned runs, no hits, 1 strikeout. And then this game against the Twins. 4 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, 3 strikeouts. Dude just seems to be maybe a little bit more comfortable coming out of the pen. And I'm sure he wants to remain a starter. And odds are he's probably going to get some more starts in his career. But he sure seems to be carving out a really nice role as this high-leverage guy coming out of the pen, a guy that you're comfortable in a 2-1 game to let him pitch 4 innings and close that thing out. We saw it in the postseason last year, and we're seeing it in the last couple weeks here too. I don't know what the future is going to hold for Chad Patrick in terms of his future starting prospects, whether he could be a full-time starter or not. But right now, with this team, with this current team, he seems to be better suited coming out of the pen and giving you a few innings. High leverage innings, too. Like, this is a guy, you throw in an Aaron Ashby, you throw in a D.L. Hall now. You got guys that you could throw in some tight situations, and maybe you want to continue to roll with them for an extra inning or 2 without having to tax your bullpen. It's a huge bonus for this team to have that ability. You know, it gets talked a lot about Aaron Ashby has pitched in a lot of games so far this year. He has. But he's not a normal bullpen pitcher, right? Where, okay, he throws today, you may have to sit him the next day or 2, depending on how long it goes. You know, remember the Josh Hader? You know, if Josh Hader pitched 2 innings, well, you probably have to sit him an extra day. I don't feel like that's the case for guys with Chad Patrick and Aaron Ashby and D.L. Hall because they've got a little bit of starting experience. They got a little bit of length to them. They've been stretched out before. To have that versatility and have that ability, I think, is going to be a huge bonus. And right now, with Quinn Priester, you know, he had a starts with the Timber Rattlers past week. At first inning was okay, but then it kind of fell off the rails again in the second inning. I think it's becoming I know it's a little bit past halfway mark in May, but you kind of wonder, maybe we're not going to see Quinn Priester this year. It's almost like a Corbin Burns-esque second year type of thing where, remember Corbin Burns' second year, he was not good at all. I think he finished the season just in the pitching lab because he was even sticking it up in AAA. But he bounced back nicely. But, we'll take a quick break. Talk some more baseball. We've got what are you talking about there, Surveyor? We got a couple texts to get to here. So we'll talk some more baseball. All right, hit us up, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. We've got a few texts on the Section 105 chat room as well. So quick break. We'll be back for these few words. Summer is here, and that means it is time to get outdoors, to make some memories, and to be ready for whatever the season brings. That's where Tilden Gun comes in. Whether you're gearing up for target practice or heading to the range or preparing for your next outdoor adventure, Tilden Gun has the selection and expertise to get you set up right. From firearms and ammunition to accessories and safety gear, they've got everything that you need, all backed by knowledgeable service that you can trust. At Tilden Gun, it's not just about what you buy. It's about making sure that you feel confident, informed, and ready every single time that you head on out. So this summer, don't just enjoy the outdoors, be prepared for it. Stop by Tilden Gun today and see why they are a trusted name for shooters and outdoor enthusiasts alike. As we approach the bottom of the hour here, let's catch up on a few messages. We've got Travis saying definitely pumped up for this series against the Cubbies. As you mentioned, it's the first time since these two teams have faced since the postseason, expecting a very animated series. We've got Dave saying big week for the Crew. Obviously, it doesn't determine what they'll be like when it comes to the postseason, but nonetheless, you have a chance to take down the Cubs and the Dodgers. It is a big week no matter the time of the season. We've got Patrick also chiming in, saying, looking forward to this week. It'll be a tough test for the Brewers going up against the Cubs and the Dodgers, but we'll see how their pitching can carry them, because I think this is what I think might be a little talk to text here, but it says, I think the pitching has got to be the group that carries the Brewers to victory in these series. Another text, we've got Alex saying, not feeling too confident about the Brewers going up against both the Cubs and Dodgers this week. I hope I'm wrong. I'll definitely be cheering for both of them, but I think it's going to be a tough test for the Brewers offense to go up against these two offenses. Maybe they can perform like they did against the Yankees. Another texter saying, I know it's May, but it's hard not to get excited about some big series in the middle of May. We've got Cubs and Dodgers this week. Can't ask for a better week in terms of competition between these two teams. So keep your texts coming. You can send them on over on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line or hang out in the Section 105 chat room. So, well, a couple people are chiming in about Mizorowski. So I'm going to save those for when we get to it. Take it one game at a time. We got Brandon Sproat on here. There was another, where'd it go? Okay, here he is. Bill says with Brandon Sproat, I'm a little nervous with the Brandon Sproat start tonight against the Cubbies. I wonder if he can handle the big moment. It kind of is giving me flashbacks to Quinn Priester's start against the Cubs at Wrigley Field last year. Hope I'm wrong, and hope the kid goes out there and pitches a gem and helps lead the Brewers to victory. So, yeah, I think, he's probably, again, the guy that's maybe on that thin line whenever Brandon Woodruff comes back, right? Whenever he comes back, you'll look at the starting five. Miz, Kyle Harrison. I think Logan Henderson deserves a spot in there. You throw Brandon Woodruff. Oh, maybe, maybe Sproat still stays in there, because just depending on I think Robert Gasser's probably going to be sent back down. I don't think they'll keep Coleman Crow up. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, not a bad outing again from him on Friday. I know he got a little trouble there towards the end, but I don't know. They got depth. We'll see how it plays out. John says over-under 5 times. Over-under 5 on how many Green Bay sucks chance we will get in this series in Chicago. I'll go under. I'll play the under. Let's do 4.5. Okay, you always got to do the half. Let's do 4.5. I'm going to go with the under. Think you might just see more Milwaukee ones. But, hey, maybe Milwaukee fans, Wisconsin fans can be a little bit louder in that series. Sounded like, I know a few of you were over at the Twin Series, but it sounded like, just from listening / watching the game, it seemed like a good, loud contingent of Brewers fans just across the border at Target Field. Brandon's mom says, morning all, best of the weekend. Luke Combs at Lambeau. Worse, going to the Brewers Sunday, and they lost. Maybe you need to stop going to games, Brandon's mom, because it feels like every time you've gone to a game, they lose. The bus trip earlier, now this one. For crying out loud. Best of the weekend goes to, this is from Jim. Best of the weekend goes to the Brewers, taking 2 out of 3 against the Twinnies. Worst of the weekend, Brewers not sweeping the Twins. Another one here. Best of the weekend goes to Chad Patrick. Worst of the weekend, Timberwolves falling to the Spurs. That comes from Garrett on our text line. So, all right, yeah, we'll get back to some more Brewers talk coming up here in just a little bit. Switching gears, we were talking a little football a little earlier on. I know we've got Aaron Rodgers is like the talk now because he's back. He's back with the Pittsburgh Steelers, so everybody's freaking out about it on social media and such, and they open up OTAs today. So I'm not sure if Rodgers is going to speak to the media in that, but regardless, we'll see how that kind of all plays out. But a few of you said that you are cheering for the Steelers because of Rodgers and McCarthy back together. If it doesn't affect the Packers, we had Matt a little bit earlier. Always Packers, always will be at number one. But I do have a soft spot for the Steelers because of so many Packers connections. If the Packers are not in the Super Bowl, I wouldn't mind seeing the Steelers make a run and Rodgers winning one more before he calls it a career. Dave has texted in too saying, or did text in a little bit earlier saying, definitely if I had to pick a second team, it probably would be the Steelers. I think Mike McCarthy has gotten so much flack over the years from Packers fans. I'd like to see him get another ring, although he probably still wouldn't get any credit. And I think if Rodgers gets another ring, it would have the Peyton Manning effect where he moves up another notch in the all-time status. We've got John says, I took my son to the Brewers game yesterday, and the Brewers fans were loud. Yeah, it seemed like could definitely tell on that telecast. So, mad respect. We've got, Brandon Woodruff, surveyor wants to know when is Brandon Woodruff coming back? I think the latest, he's doing another, so he did a bullpen session on the 15th. Let me see if I can find something. I think he was going to do another one. So, yeah, Brewers, this was on the 15th. He reportedly felt good after throwing a 25-pitch bullpen session on Thursday. Woodruff will throw another bullpen session on Monday, which obviously today. Afterwards, he'll likely throw a simulated game before possibly joining the Brewers rotation. Unclear yet if he's going to be on a minor league rehab assignment. So today is going to be another big day according to the latest updates and rumors about Brandon Woodruff. Hopefully everything checks out. But all right, we got to take another quick break. Back with plenty more coming up in just a couple minutes. There's always something going on at the VFW Post 305, like live music happy hours on the patio every summer Saturday from 3 to 6 p.m., weather permitting. Bring your camera, take in the view, watch their resident raptors hunt and fish, and grab a drink and enjoy some great live music performed by some talented local musicians. VFW Post 305 will be featuring food and drink specials. And, of course, your four-legged friends are always welcome, too. So that's going to be every Saturday during the summer at VFW Post 305. And put this on the calendar. It's a little over a month away, but in case you're thinking about it, planning for it ahead of time, they will have their special Father's Day buffet going on Sunday, June 21st from 7 a.m. to noon. So we'll keep you posted on we'll keep you posted on that or keep you updated on that and remind you as we get a little bit closer and closer to Father's Day. But, yeah, there's always something going on at the VFW Post 305, located on 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Surveyor says, random subject, but how does the world not know who Rogers is married to by now? We have images of top-secret military installations across the world, videos of giant squid, and even photos of C-Bomb trying to be athletic, but not one of Rogers with his sweetie. Come on, Internet, do your job. We need to know who he settled with after Olivia Munn, Danica Patrick, and that other one. I thought I'd seen a few months ago or a couple months ago, and I didn't listen to it, but there was like a podcast that thought they figured it out, and that, I don't know. Hey, they're keeping it under wraps. I don't know, dude. Couldn't tell you. And I'll be honest, I haven't thought about it that much to be real. But, yeah. Why don't you figure it out, Surveyor? Go do some internet sleuthing and figure it out, dude. Go out there and try to figure it out. Speaking of Packers, over the weekend, so it was announced, I think the Packers announced on Saturday, but it happened on Friday. Sherman Lewis passed away. So if you know Sherman Lewis, offensive coordinator for the Super Bowl 31 championship Packers team. And Sherman Lewis was a long-time NFL assistant coach. He got his start in the NFL as the running backs coach with the 49ers in the early 80s up until 1990. Then he coached the receivers in 91 for the 49ers, but followed Mike Holmgren over to Green Bay and became the offensive coordinator from 1992 to 1999. Then he was the Vikings offensive coordinator from 2000 to 2001. Then he became the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator from 03 to 04. So very, very experienced within the NFC North. Then he wrapped up his NFL career in 2009 with Washington as an offensive consultant. So, but he never, with his success, especially you look at those Packers teams, right, in the mid-90s under Mike Holmgren. We talk about that coaching tree of Mike Holmgren. And you look at all those assistants that got head coaching jobs. Sherman Lewis never got a head coaching job. You had Andy Reid that ended up getting a head coaching job. Obviously, John Gruden went on to get a head coaching job after following Andy Reid to Philly and such. Dick Duran got a coaching job. Ray Rhodes got a head coaching job. And he never even got an interview during that 96 season. And when he was asked about his career in 2015, I was reading this a little bit earlier. He said, we won Super Bowls in San Francisco and Green Bay, and I got to work with some great coaches and players. No question, I wish I had the chance to be a head coach. But looking back, I did all I could. I was disappointed, but I'm not going to hang my hat on that. I had a great career and was fortunate to coach in the NFL. But you look at, and yeah, he never, even with the rise of that offense, and you look at where he was a position coach with the 49ers with that offense and then goes to Green Bay. I know he didn't call plays, but still, never really got that head coaching shot when you look at that coaching tree. And let me Let me look up. I want to see. Fritz Shurmur was kind of the same way. Now, Fritz Shurmur, I know, was a little bit older. I mean, his last stop was with Green Bay. Then he had some health issues, I think, when he went to Seattle to follow Mike Holmgren over there. Yeah, when he accepted dual roles, Shurmur went with him as defense coordinator. That May he was diagnosed with cancer, and he passed away at his Wisconsin home in late August before ever coaching a game with the Seahawks. But, he was a longtime defensive coordinator, Patriots, Rams, the Cardinals, and then came over to Green Bay. So was a head coach with Wyoming at the college level. But, yeah, Sherman Lewis. You think about that 90s coaching staff. We think about those 90s Packers, and we think a lot about, Reggie White, Brett Favre. We think about the Big Five: Reggie White, Brett Favre, Mike Holmgren, Ron Wolf, Bob Harlan. But that you all know what picture I'm talking about with Mike Holmgren's coaching tree, right? I think they're on the stairs of Holmgren's house, and you just look at it, and you can point to all these. Yeah, here we go. I got the picture up now. Let me make it a little bit bigger. John Gruden, Steve Mariucci. I forgot about Mooch. Yeah, John Gruden, Steve Mariucci, Ray Rhodes, Andy Reid, Dick Duran, all coached under Holmgren, all went on to be future head coaches. And there's Sherman Lewis right next to Mike Holmgren too, but never got that shot. And I don't know. I'm trying to think what's the why maybe he wasn't thought of as a replacement potentially for Holmgren, and Ron Wolf went with the Ray Rhodes approach, hired him, and we all know how that one went. But he passed away at the age of 83 on Friday. So got a couple more Packers notes here, or football notes, I should say. Definitely cheering on the Pittsburgh Steelers if it doesn't interfere with the Packers winning a Super Bowl, says Ben on our texting line. I'm still a fan of Aaron Rodgers and wish he could have one more Super Bowl, because I think he will be looked upon even better in NFL history, kind of like Peyton Manning. So a few of you have mentioned the Peyton Manning example of just getting one more. And I think for quarterbacks, for a lot of them, after they get one, and maybe a little bit earlier on in their careers, it's almost like now the minimum is 2. I feel like the minimum is 2 for a lot of these. When Peyton got 2, and maybe that was because Eli had 2, but when Peyton got 2, it's like, okay, now he just kind of moves up, even though he wasn't in his prime, obviously, and retired after that Super Bowl. It felt like he just needs 2. And I don't know if that was because of the Eli getting 2, or, you had the Tom Brady era where he had multiple. Now you have Patrick Mahomes that has multiple Super Bowl championships. It feels like the minimum for great quarterbacks is 2 Super Bowls. Is that the new line? Dan Marino obviously never got 1. Favre only got 1. Rodgers only has 1. Drew Brees only had 1. But if you're an all-time great quarterback, one of the best of all time, top 10, top 15, whatever, should the minimum for Super Bowl championships be considered 2? Because that puts you in the other stratosphere. And maybe it's because you look at a lot of teams or a lot of quarterbacks that have 1 ring. Trent Dilfer, Joe Flacco. Not trying to pick on those guys, but are they Hall of Famers? Are in the same categories of an Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre? No. So has it just kind of naturally evolved where these quarterbacks, where these all-time great quarterbacks, the goal is at least 2. So you could say you have won multiple Super Bowls. Has the likes of Brady and Mahomes just kind of ruined it for a lot of these other quarterbacks, where that bar has gotten bigger, has really elevated. I mean, you think about the quarterbacks that have won multiple Super Bowls. It's Terry Bradshaw. It's Troy Aikman. Young won one as a starter, but he's got multiple. Obviously, Brady, Mahomes. Starr's got 2 of them. More championships, but he's got a couple of them. A couple of Super Bowl titles. 5 total championships. I don't know. I feel like for GOAT quarterbacks, for best of all time, you almost want, or it almost feels like they need at least 2. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll wrap up the third hour coming up after these few words. Dings, dents, or something more serious? Don't stress about it. Just head to Superior Auto Body. From minor touch-ups to major collision repair, they are your go-to team for getting your vehicle back to looking like new. With experienced technicians and attention to every detail, Superior Auto Body takes pride in doing the job right the first time. So when life happens to your vehicle, trust the team that Eau Claire drivers rely on. That's Superior Auto Body, your go-to place for all of your auto body needs. Coming up next hour, we'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We got some of the brackets out for high school softball, so take a look at that. We'll do a little Glory Days coming up in the next hour or two, brought to you by Summer Jam in Eau Claire. We'll get back to more Brewers Cubs talk as we get set for this series matchup beginning tonight. First pitch 6:40. Brandon Sproats will be on the mound for the Crew tonight. We get Jacob Mizorowski tomorrow, and then Kyle Anderson getting the series finale on Wednesday, and then the Brewers will be back at home taking on the Dodgers for Memorial Day weekend. So NBA playoff and Stanley Cup playoff-wise, we know the Timberwolves fell on Friday, so their season is over with. We've got game one between the Spurs and Thunder tonight in the Western Conference Finals. This should be a good series between these two. But OKC favored by 6.5 in tonight's game. You got SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, winning the MVP back-to-back years. So, and then Tuesday with Cleveland picking up a victory last night in Game 7 against Detroit. It'll be Cleveland taking on the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. Stanley Cup-wise, we got a Game 7 tonight. Not a lot of things better in sports than a Game 7 or do-or-die situation, sudden death in a game. And we got Montreal at Buffalo, Game 7. The winner will be taking on Carolina. Carolina's still waiting to take on to see who they're going to be playing. That game will be on Thursday. But then Wednesday, we've got Game 1 in the Western Final between Vegas and Colorado. So that's kind of where everything is standing in terms of the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs. So kind of starting to wind down a little bit. Back to a little hoops. I just kind of want to get your gauge. I know we touched on it a little bit on Friday, but you know, with Miles Turner kind of talking about in a podcast recently, you know, the lack of maybe accountability from Doc Rivers and maybe players like Giannis, he kind of mentioned by name, taking advantage of it, being late in that to the plane. And, you know, he even kind of said to Giannis, hey, dude, you know, take advantage of it. Does that kind of give you a lesser thought, maybe a little bit of a lesser opinion on Giannis as we head into, well, maybe the final month or so of wondering what's going to happen with Giannis and the Bucks? It kind of does for me a little bit because of all the things that he kept talking about during the season about the team and accountability and just playing together, playing as a team. It does. It kind of comes off as a little bit hypocritical. A little bit. I mean, and maybe it's not 100% true from what Miles Turner said, but I feel like there's at least a little bit of an element to that. Otherwise, why go out there and publicly say that? I feel like there's got to be some truth to it. So even if it's just a little bit, it doesn't paint the greatest picture. Now, I know there's a lot of, well, at least over the weekend, there was a ESPN piece on Giannis where some sources were saying that the Bucks are done with the circus that is Giannis. Here's some of the quotes. This was a piece from ESPN that NBA offseason intel predictions for summer of LeBron, Giannis, and more stars. and what they had to say about Giannis in the wake of Bucks co-owner Jimmy Haslam's comments at Coach Taylor Jenkins' introductory news conference earlier this month. It seems like the Giannis saga could finally get some clarity between now and the draft. And after years of will they, won't they, the growing belief around the league is that this time Giannis trade will actually happen. Quote, "It just feels like they're done with the circus more than anything," end quote, an East executive said. They seem to want a clean break and to move on. So the other part on here, it says Haslam's timeline makes sense. The plan for Milwaukee needs to be either to go into the summer rebuilding the roster in the wake of a Giannis trade, or to once again try to improve around its star forward if it does choose to keep him, as the belief is he will sign an extension if he's on the Bucks when he's eligible October 1st. Another sign to consider is how impending draft lottery reform will affect Giannis and other trade sagas, which is kind of an interesting point that maybe isn't being talked a whole lot about. But it says here, the belief among teams is that the NBA will approve a 3-2-1 lottery system later this month, which will give as many as 18 teams a realistic chance of winning the number one pick, with much more randomness throughout the system. It's still unclear how that will impact star player trades, such as a potential Giannis deal, but it is another wrinkle. So I don't know if this would potentially be something that the Bucks would wait to see how that plays out, or if that's not that much of a factor. I kind of feel if you're going to trade him, you're going to trade him, and I don't know if that's going to be a determining factor or not. Another quote from a East executive is, "If someone can get Giannis, they might win the offseason. For all the distractions and injuries over the last few years, he remains a top 5 player in his prime, and those guys are not available often. That's why this matters so much." So the other Eastern Conference quote. One hand, it could be true, where the Bucks are done with the circus. They're done with all that. The other hand, it could be, hey, it's an Eastern Conference anonymous executive trying to lower the price for Giannis, trying to throw it in there. We've seen it before in other sports. You kind of throw out a narrative. You throw out a quote to a journalist, a writer, a media person, and maybe that draws the price tag down a little bit. You know, when you say so-and-so, oh man, drama, circus around him, that's probably going to lower the price tag a little, or that's the hope, that it will lower the price tag in terms of trade compensation. So that could be something that maybe this executive wanted to do, or maybe it's true. Who the heck knows? It's all a part of the game. All a part of this back and forth. Ultimately, we'll just see what happens next month when the draft. If the draft comes and he's still there, I feel like, all right, extension probably will be coming soon. All right, shot clock's going to cut us off. We're heading into the final hour. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Talk a little softball, playoff softball. We've got baseball going on too. So we'll recap it all. Justice Cleveland will be joining us from WEAU 13 News to break it all down. Get back to some more Brewers talk as we get set for this series going up against the Chicago Cubs. Send me your predictions. Who wins the series? How many games? Brewers win in 2, Brewers sweep, Cubs win in 2, Cubs sweep. What you got? We got some news updates. We'll be back to kick off the final hour coming up after these quick words. All right, here we go. The final hour already on this Monday morning of May 18th. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start here. We'll get back to some more Brewers chat as we get set for Brewers versus Cubs coming your way tonight. 6:40 first pitch. Coverage will begin about 35 minutes prior. We've got Brandon Sproat going for the Brew Crew. Imanaga going for the Cubs. So we'll get back to previewing that game coming up here in just a little bit. You can continue to send me your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. What's the best? What was the worst? Send those on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or you can hang out in the Section 105 chat. We'll also do a little Glory Days coming up here, too, brought to you by Summer Jam. Speaking of Glory Days, Justice Cleveland is joining us here this morning. Good morning, sir.
Glory Days, yes.
Glory Days.
Remember the days when you could sleep past like 9 o'clock when you were younger?
Yeah, it was like party all night, sleep till about 9:30, 10.
It was probably more playing Madden until like 4 in the morning, and then realizing, I better go to bed. I got class.
That or like sitting on the computer and MSN messaging.
Oh yeah,
a bunch of people, dude. So hey, there was actually a golf major this past weekend.
I heard that.
PGA Championship, which I don't know. Like I know they moved it to May to do like the April, May, June, July.
Right.
One thing is, I think it takes Wisconsin out of contention for that. I almost feel like you need a month grace to get off the Masters. Sort of thing, too, because I think it popped up. It popped up on me. I'm like, oh, crap, the PGA's going on this weekend.
Well, it doesn't help that they have 2 signature events leading right into the – So it's kind of like, okay, you're hyping up these 2 events leading up to this event. And it just kind of gets – I feel like – and it's been kind of the thing with the PGA Championship. It's always kind of gotten lost.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't stand – there really isn't a thing that makes it really stand out.
Right.
U.S. Open is your national championship.
Yep.
Obviously, the British Open or the Open Championship, another national championship. And then the Masters is just the most prestigious. And the PGA's just kind of always been the PGA. When it was in August, you were kind of starting to get lost in the shuffle of the summer sports, of the baseballs, getting towards the pennant races, and then football, obviously.
NFL coming up,
yeah. So, and then now in May, I feel like it's just kind of, oh, yeah, that's right. There's one in May now, too. So there's all this talk of what they need to do to kind of make it stand out. I would say the tournament in all, granted, obviously there wasn't as much drama as people wanted, but it was as competitive as a major as you've seen with the amount of guys. Was it 21 guys within 2 shots going into that final round? And Aaron Rye just played better than everybody, other than Justin Thomas, but Justin Thomas didn't play better than people earlier, put himself in a hole to dig out of. But, yeah, I thought it was, kudos to Aaron Rye for the back nine that no one could score on that back nine except for him. And he did it. So I don't know what the PGA Championship does to kind of distance itself and kind of get out there more, but I don't know if there's really they brought May into the rotation, to get away from the NFL.
Yep.
But also it opens up different courses. But then like you said, it takes away Wisconsin. Whistling Straits had some good PGA championships that, people were going to remember. And I think people kind of miss that, especially the Midwest, just kind of getting deprived of that. You'll get some down by Chicago, and and obviously the Ryder Cup will be at Hazeltine in a couple of years as well. But yeah, I wish they still had. I love Whistling Straits, and I feel like Wisconsin does deserve some kind of tour stop.
Especially like when you look at a lot of the, whether it's like golf.com rankings or stuff, in Wisconsin is top 2, top 5 and like courses and such. And I know it's like public stuff, but still, I don't know if they could ever host it, but Sand Valley, for crying out loud, is getting a ton over the last few years.
You hear nothing about nationally. You hear about that course constantly.
Right.
You would love to see something get played there.
And I see celebrities all the time just randomly playing. That's like Nakusa, for crying out loud.
Exactly. You wish that they could find a way to find. And I just don't think there's unfortunately, just looking ahead at the scheduling, that's going to change up here next year or the year after, actually, probably 2027 more, or 28. It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Because they are going to want more elevated events. They're coming in, the new commissioner is coming in, and just not even commissioner, he's now like the president. I know they changed the titling of, because they're now for profit. which scares me as well because I feel like that's going to price PGA events typically are actually an affordable thing to go to. Get your day pass stuff. But I feel like that's what scares me is that this guy comes from the NFL, and if there is one thing that NFL is about, and there's no argument that you can say that the NFL is about anything but money.
Yes,
it is all about money. We saw it last week. They know, and that's what I afraid. I don't want the PGA to become all about money. Granted, that's what you're paying the players and stuff like that, but I feel like the PGA has always kind of been a smaller thing, and now making it this giant monster.
Right.
Liv did a lot to just kind of screw up the structure of golf. And now we're going to see kind of the ripples after Liv's gone of what it's done to the PGA Tour. The amount of money that's being paid out, they got to make that up somehow, and that's going to come with TV rights, which is going to be next year. They're negotiating, so get used to trying to find. Golf's already at this point where there's 5 different channels showing stuff,
and you kind of lose track of where it's at, or I want to watch this round at this time. What station is it on?
The Masters had 3 different stations at one point showing them. So.
Yeah, it was all over. It's like you just would like to have one constant, or at least just a couple of constants.
Yeah,
but
this goes to my overall fear with golf, is that they're going to price the average consumer out of golf, not just at the PGA level, but at the local level too. The game is as popular as it's been since the Tiger Renaissance there for a while, which means prices are going up. So you fear that there's going to be people that aren't going to be able to afford to just go golfing anymore. So that's just as a whole landscape of the golf industry right now. That's what scares me. So again, there's a lot to see what happens here with the PGA Tour and stuff like that. I don't know how we went from that. You uncorked a rant that was sitting inside me, but as a golfer, it's one of those things I just fear because you need to have access to golf, or the game's going to shrink to a point where people aren't going to be able to play it anymore, and only a few. I don't want golf to just be an elite sport. I don't want watching a PGA Tour event live to just be something that's elite. Because now the NFL's words it now is like, well, going to one NFL game is a dream come true. Like it shouldn't be limited to a bucket list. They get to go to one NFL game because it costs $600 to go there. There should be a way to make this stuff affordable. So there is my rant about the explosion of golf and what I fear could happen.
Or you could kind of make that case with a lot of sports right now, couldn't you?
Right.
Sports,
you talked
about
concerts,
the NFL. Yeah.
Everything. Like we're at a point where there's going to be a lot of people that are never going to get to do never going to see this. Or it's even wrestling. It's weird to throw the PGA and wrestling together, but TKO takes over WWE, and now the prices for these events, their whole thing is it's a bucket listing, so you get to go. If you're lucky, if you're a normal consumer, you get to go once. Like that's your justification for jacking up ticket prices to an insane level. I don't like that's not being consumer friendly. That's not even being fair to your fans.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's where I fear a lot of things in sports are going to, where it's like you have this elite level that can go to games constantly, and the average consumer is going to be priced out to the point where you have no choice but to find your 17 different channels to watch the Packers play during the season. So,
is that okay? Maybe this is our glory days kind of segment. You go back and when it was like just cable or whatever. Where do you feel like back in the day it was? How do I want to phrase this? Easier access, but also it meant more to going to these games in person?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I think some people will go to an NFL game and they don't even the experience in-house. It can be great. It can be miserable.
Right.
Depending on where you're at and what's going on. But I think if the problem is they're charging more, but it's feeling less special.
Yeah,
because just the way things are going in the landscape of the media it's going to cost you $50, $60 a month to try to watch some of these games because you're going to have, the Packers could be playing on 3 different places. The NFL will just say, well, we're still 87% of our games are on national TV. The NFL is going to be all about where the money is.
Right.
Amazon's, offering them $1 billion.
You got 4 Packers games between Netflix and Amazon this coming year.
Yeah. Which is almost I feel like, is it me or is it the NFL saw Tammy Baldwin trying to do this and well, guess what? We're going to throw all these games, you're going to have 4 games that are on streaming services, and you're going to have to find them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like they went head-to-head, like, see what you can do. Because I don't know if they can do anything. I don't know, in a court of law, are they going to be able to battle? I know they have the antitrust, they can go with that part of it, like with the NFL and not being a monopoly, But how far willing are they going to go?
And how long is that going to drag on for?
I don't talk politics on the show, but you do have the one thing that Tammy Baldwin and Donald Trump both agree on is that the streaming services thing. So that's a united front that I didn't imagine on anything. So we'll see how that all changes up. But yeah, I think we're just in a world it's such a world of transition between the digital and obviously broadcasters. When we both live that right now. And it just, like, no one really knows what the balance is.
No.
And we're still in that, trying to figure that out. I don't know if, obviously I wasn't alive when the radio to TV transition happened and how that all played out. But, yeah, it's just adding another tier of, broadcast to cable. Now you have streaming. So there's different outlets. It's just a matter of, I think all these places are trying to find that fine balance of what is the consumer really want to do.
I remember when I was a kid, the Packers games, they were on Fox, but they were actually on our local ABC station.
That was the same with in North Dakota because we didn't have a Fox.
Right.
So the CBS there had all the rights.
It would always confuse me as a kid. I'm like, why are they saying Fox 48 or 55? But it's like ABC 9 and all that. It always like, but now you just think about like, holy crap, I'd take that back in a heartbeat sort of thing. And
I get Netflix is in, I would say probably the majority of houses in the United States. It still doesn't make it fair to those people that don't have it, especially a playoff. I think the playoff game is the biggest thing where you're, people that have been longtime fans aren't able to watch a playoff game. And I think that's just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think a primetime game should automatically be, that's what it kind of was. Like being in Green Bay, like, if it was an ESPN game, they would show it on the ABC there too.
Remember, it wasn't that long ago, probably 06, somewhere around, 06, 07, the good old days when a game was on NFL Network and everybody freaked out and had to pack I remember I was in college, I had to go to B-Dubs at 3 o'clock and it was already full and I had to share a table with somebody.
Yeah.
For that Packers-Cowboys game, which was the Rodgers game.
Yep. Because I think I was still in Green Bay or something like that. But yeah, that would have
been 07. So
yeah. Oh, I would have been up in the UP. Yeah. Oh, I remember because the game was kind of a junk game, wasn't it? Like,
and it got a little interesting, but it
was like 7-6 for like most of the game or something like that.
But I remember going. I'm like, you got to be. People were waiting that long just to watch it because nobody had NFL Network. You're trying to find locations unless you had like Dish. Remember that was like, oh, you have to have Dish for this, and now it's like. You got to have streaming for everything.
Now they're all half owned by the same people. Mm-hmm. So it's it's people with a lot more money than I have and wanting to make a lot more money. And I get the owners are always going to want to make more money. It's just, again, I'm just asking, don't price people out of a sport. Mm-hmm. Be it the NFL, be it PGA, be it MLB. There's chance. I think MLB maybe has a better because. You can find a game MLB.
Yeah.
You can usually find affordable tickets. Mm-hmm. Thankfully for them playing as many games as they do.
Right.
But that's the advantage they have. Mm-hmm. Now that these other sports aren't playing that much, I haven't even dreamt of buying an NBA ticket in a while.
And the fact about this load management thing too just makes me even more nervous about having to make a trek to go watch, and then you're telling me the best player is not going to play because he's going to take the night off.
Right. And college sports are going to get the same way. Mm-hmm. These teams are going to have to make the money back somehow, and it's obviously tickets are going to be a way to make that money back that you're paying out to these players. So it's kind of a money mess right now when you think of the world of sports.
Yeah, I agree. All right,
congratulations to Aaron Ryan winning the PGA Championship.
Really quick, last note on that, and I know he was in contention, but if Rory wins that, is this like lead topic sports?
Oh, yeah.
Because
then he's on pace for the Grand Slam of the season.
Of the season,
yeah. Yeah, I think the fact that Rory battled back.
Because I even saw, like, heading into round 4, that was kind of the tease.
Yep.
It was, even though he wasn't in the final group or anything, it was like, Rory could do this, trying to push that a little bit.
I think what we saw in that final round was a lot of guys who've been struggling show that they could do it. Not Rory's struggling. He won a major already this year, but his game came together in that final round. John Rahm had, he's been playing great over in Live, but no one's paying attention to that.
Right.
But he played great. He hadn't played great in majors. Cam Smith, who hadn't done anything in a major in, 10 majors basically or something like that. He had missed the cut, I think, in the last 5.
Yeah.
Comes in and shows that he still has that game. Patrick Reed, who's going to be back on the PGA next year, had a great run again. And Scotty didn't win, but Scotty wasn't ever out of it.
Right.
So I think Justin Thomas makes a great run. Guy who, so I think leading up to the U.S. Open, I think the PGA Championship is a great springboard for the U.S. Open because I think we're going to see a lot of these guys' games in peak shape heading there. So I think this is going to be a fun June once we get in a month when we get to Shinnecock this year, I believe, for the U.S. Open. So, yeah, this should be the final 2 majors should be a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll do a quick version of Local Sports Roundup because we got some softball brackets that came out. So getting to be that time of year. So we'll take a quick break and be right back in just a couple minutes. with the Eau Claire Express season starting a week from today, believe it or not, it's coming up here.
Doesn't that feel crazy? I don't feel like we're this far, but then again, you were just saying brackets have been released for sports.
Yeah.
We're at that point of May.
Exactly. So starting, we'll kick it off on Thursday, but then going forward, we'll do our weekly chats with some Express players and members and such. I know Thursday, Craig Toyson's going to be stopping by, so we'll start our summer weekly chats with the Express. But also want to put these 4 dates in your memory banks because we're going to be doing a little tailgate Thursdays.
Ooh,
little tailgate Thursdays, June 11th, July 16th, July 30th, and August 6th. About 5:30, starting at 5:30. We'll be over there with the mobile man cave, hang out, and do a little tailgating before first pitch. So you can head to our website for some details, and we'll have some ticket giveaways and such for that too.
Might make my way over there.
Yeah, definitely.
Some bratwurst.
Well, a couple of those dates, one's before my birthday, and one is right before our golf outing. So
I was going to say, one of them is my son's birthday, so August 6th, I probably won't be able to make it.
That's the day before our golf outing.
That's right.
I'll
I'll just bring him over there.
Yeah, July 16th is the day before my birthday. So there we go. Nice kickoffs to those events.
It's crazy.
So.
I mean, it does not feel like we're this close to Memorial Day. Like
No.
It does not. I feel like we're still in the middle of April in my head for some reason. Probably because
the weather's a little bit,
Yeah, we had one night. We get one nice day, and then like yesterday, it was all gray and gloomy the whole day. So
yep.
But yeah, I mean, you talk about baseball too. We can kind of transition
Segue into that. Yeah.
Because this week we have the crosstown games.
Oh,
so
okay.
Tuesday and Wednesday. The nice of the Wednesday, usually basically that's the only game in town.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Wednesday one, and I know Justin Vernon's going to be there before the game because they have their big concerts coming up there. So that it's going to be an interesting, just to see how Northern Memorial, as we're getting close to the playoffs, battle each other there. So it's both at 6 o'clock Tuesday and I believe 6 o'clock Wednesday. So chance to double up and catch some Huskies and Old Abe's playing as they get towards the end of the regular season here.
At Carson Park.
Carson Park. Yeah. Historic
Carson Park. So now is this kind of just based off like softball timelines, kind of the final regular season weekend?
Kind of a week and a half. Because softball, because baseball would start next week, like at the tail end of next week with the regional quarterfinals, which are almost like a play-in game.
Gotcha.
For the smaller divisions to have more teams. So that's what we have coming up on Thursday this week.
Okay.
So you'll have those. And then it continues the next week.
Okay.
Next Tuesday, I believe, for softball.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a lot of conference stuff going on this week. So the BRC conference meet, the Big Rivers, is at Memorial today. And then followed up tomorrow, the Clover Belt, that's at Fall Creek. So those are 2 conference track meets. And then next week will be regionals and then sectionals. And then we're not that far from state. Basically 2 weeks from state.
Oh, man.
Yeah, less than 2 weeks from state. And then starting this week, I just already mentioned, was softball. Tennis this week, the Middle Border Conference meet is tomorrow at the Menard Center.
Okay.
So Altoona just having an outstanding season. I got an email from Greg Emerson, their head coach this week. Probably their best season they've ever had, undefeated, headed into conference. So they'll have that. And then the next week is when we have all the subsectionals and sectionals at the Menard Center with BRC, not Division 1 and 2, all over there. So if you want to catch some high school tennis next week, the Menard Center will have plenty. If you want to catch me playing tennis, Menard Center will have me there this week. So you pick which one you want to see, except for Tuesday where they're like, Justice, don't come near. We have high schoolers that actually know what they're doing here. So, but yeah, and then golf, we're getting close to, I think it's another week. They're almost about 2 weeks for regionals and then sectionals too. So soccer will be getting there next week. So as after Memorial Day, it's like the Indy 500 that they're throwing the Coca-Cola 600, they're throwing the checkered flag, and we're off to that race till the end of the spring season, and it's going to be crazy.
And, going back to softball now, not all of Division I has been released yet for the
and that's
brackets.
because they don't start until the end of next week.
Okay.
So I think they had to get those smaller divisions out there because some of I think it's basically D5 has those couple of playing games. One Loyal and Fall Creek will be playing.
Rice Lake does this week too.
Yep. And then Elk Mound goes to Neilsville. Just trying to remember the ones off the top of my head. I
got them up right here for you if you want to go through.
Yeah,
quick.
if you some of the local teams that we have
Yeah, so like you mentioned, Baldwin Woodville, they get a 1 seed, so they'll be playing the winner of Black River Falls or Osceola, who play Thursday.
I just saw Baldwin Woodville play over last week, and what a talented team. Their starting pitcher, and I forget her name at the moment, but just lighting it up. And that's Fall Creek. That's a team
pretty good program too.
They take on all comers, and they know how to battle. So it was impressive watching the Stanley Boyd I saw play as well, and that's another team that won their first conference championship since 1998.
Man.
When I was a senior in the stands watching, I wasn't there, but I was a senior. So keep going there.
Altoona versus La Crosse Logan then next Tuesday.
Yes.
So Altoona's a 4 seed taking on La Crosse Logan. We got St. Croix Central taking on Rice Lake in a 7-10. That's coming up this week, and that winner will take on number 2 Somerset. So this is all Division 2. Looking at these, let's move to Division 3. We've got Spooner as a 1 seed, so they'll be taking on the winner between Webster Siren and Northland Pines. That game is on Thursday. Cumberland's a 4 seed. They're going to be taking on Northwestern. Cameron's a 3, taking on number 6 Barron. St. Croix Falls is a 2, taking on Unity in that region. So I got a lot of
Northwoods one.
Yeah. Got a lot of like local immediate area teams that are really highly ranked because Stanley Boyd's a 1 seed. And,
yes, which they've earned.
Yeah, and they're going to be taking on the winner of Elk Mound versus Neilsville Granton.
And that's kind of I think for them, I don't know if usually the Clover Belt teams kind of cross over at some point from the East and West. So those will be 2 familiar opponents. And I know they had a great conference season, so it should bode well for the Orioles.
Yeah. Durand, Arkansas taking on Bloomer in a 5-4 in that same region. Then we've got Fall Creek taking on Loyal Greenwood in a 7-10. That'll be happening on Thursday, and that winner will be taking on number 2 Arcadia.
Arcadia, a really good team, too. We have some really, I keep saying that, but an Arcadia team that's beat a lot of tough teams, so they'll be a tough one for Fall Creek.
Moving to Division.
If they win. Loyal Greenwood, I don't want to count you out either.
I forgot. I got to go back to D2 here for a second. Medford's a 1 seed.
There you go.
Throw that out there. So, Division 4.
Raider Nation.
Hey, Coach Burt is still the coach. He was the coach when I was going to school,
awesome.
so he's still over there. So, Division 4, we got Grantsburg as the 1 seed. They'll be taking on the winner between Lake Holcomb Cornell and Glenwood City. And that game's going to be on Thursday. Shell Lake is a 4, taking on Frederick Luck. Clayton Turtle Lake's a 3. They'll be taking on Chautauqua Warehouser in a 3-6 matchup. We got Clear Lake and Ladysmith in action Thursday. That winner will be taking on number 2 Boyceville.
Boyceville, both baseball and softball teams are really good this year, so they're hoping for a run. Grantsburg's gonna be a tough out. That's a team that's just every year and year out is solid, and they're there once again this year.
1 seed McDonald Catholic, and they'll be taking on the winner between Regis and Cadets.
And that's going to be McDonald if they can get there. I know, because would they end up facing Boyceville or Grantsburg?
Boyceville's in the bracket above them, so they would be taking on, the 2 seed in their bracket's Augusta.
Which, I mean, that's a loaded sectional right there. Augusta's been playing just some great softball. And another team that's been just taking on all comers. And I think that really does help when you're playing these. You play in as a 5 and play these Division 2, 3, 4 teams. It really helps you once you get to the playoffs. And I think that's Rice Lake every year in most sports. You're playing D1 teams and you go down to D2. That helps. Yeah, check this. So Spring Valley's a 5, taking on number 4 Leva Strom. Number 3 Colfax taking on number 6 Osseo Fairchild. And then number 7 Mondovi taking on number 2 Augusta. Yeah, those are it is just loaded. All those teams are quality teams. And I'm not going to be surprised if there's some upsets thrown in there as we move down the brackets there, because a lot of teams have already played each other. A lot of them have experienced players that have made runs before in there. Leva made a run last year,
That's right.
But they've lost players, but they still have players that were in there. Fall Creek obviously has made state title, state championship a couple times, the state tournament. So Brad Saransky's a Hall of Fame coach, and if it comes down to small ball, which it could if your pitcher gets that, and a lot of that's going to be if these get a hot pitcher, it's like a hot goalie in hockey. You have a chance,
so. Right? And then Division 5 to kind of wrap it up. We've got Northwood Solon Springs is a top seed, and they're not going to be in action until next Thursday. They get like the double bye.
Yeah,
it looks like so. We've got Flambeau is a 3. Bruce is going to be taking on Mellon in a 7-2 matchup. Blair Taylor's a 1 seed. Cochrane Fountain City is going to be taking on Thorup in a 5-4. Independence Gilmanton's a 3. They're going to be taking on 6 seed Eau Claire Emmanuel Lutheran. And then Gilman's a 2 seed. They'll be taking on the winner between New Auburn and Elmwood Plum City. On the other side, you've got Owen Withee as an 8 seed. They're going to be taking on Athens, who is the top seed over there.
Usually just a tough team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, McDonald's down 4 this year, but if they were in 5, I feel like they kind of ran into Athens a few times in those sectional finals or semifinals.
Right. So that's kind of where the brackets are at right now. So
Yeah.
should be some really good matchups.
It's going to be a lot of
Shy
fun.
High is going to probably be in that D1
Yeah.
range when that bracket kind of gets released too.
And I know they've been playing some tough opponents. And they had some, you know, 2 big quads over the last 2 weekends, kind of getting ready for that. So, and you'll see a lot of these teams, even though like the playoffs have officially started for like the D4 teams. I know Augusta's got a big game this week, just lining up an opponent just to kind of get ready for those, just to stay fresh. Because you might not play till next Thursday, and that's a long, or Tuesday too. So that would be a long layover. So a lot of these teams are going to be trying to stay sharp as they get ready for the playoffs.
Yep. And then just to kind of wrap it up, I know coming up at the end of this week, we've got the D3 Outdoor Championships for track and field.
Down in La Crosse. So that's awesome. That'll be, obviously the Blue Golds will be going for some glory. La Crosse would love to win it on their home track and hoist the trophy there. So, that should be a fun couple of days down there. And, you know, barring the weather, looks like it should be pretty good by the time of the weekend rolls around. So I think, that'll be a fun one to see if the Blue Golds can pull off some national title winners and, end the season the way they normally do with some people on top of the podium.
Exactly. Yep. All right, that's your local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We got to take a quick break. We're going to talk some baseball coming up after these quick words. Brewers, Cubs, first time, Justice, that we get to see these two teams face against each other since the playoffs last year. Playoffs. So I think, if memory serves me, this is only the third division series for the Brewers because they've played the Pirates and they played the Cardinals for 2 games.
They haven't played the Reds yet, right?
They have not played the Reds yet. Yeah, because they played the Reds for their 2 games before the season at AmFam and that. But so yeah, first time that these ball clubs will face each other before or since the postseason. Right now, the Brewers chasing the Cubs in the standings at behind them 1.5 games here. So we get Brandon Sprott on the mound and Imanaga, get Yamamoto. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking Dodgers at the end of the week. Imanaga for the Cubs tonight. So, but a Brewers team that is dead last in home runs, but one of the top teams in runs scored versus a Cubs team that hits a lot of home runs, but also gives up a lot of home runs. So
a Craig Counsell team, you're saying,
right?
Kind of reminds you back of his days with the Brewers.
Yep.
Load up, hit as many home runs as you can, but your pitching staff's going to give up a ton too.
So essentially, what this series could be is if it's a low scoring, advantage Brewers. If it's high scoring, advantage Cubs.
It's crazy. The Brewers have a +61 in differential.
Right,
and you're not hitting home runs.
Yeah,
it is. It's my kind of team, Dan. My kind of team.
Is that a team that can win in the postseason, though? That's the question, isn't it?
Does the long ball just rule the? I mean, you give up, 3 home runs to the starting pitcher.
Yeah,
like you did to the Dodgers, and you're not going to win many games. But because if it's a team that can keep the ball low and not give up the home runs, they can win those games. That's just been the problem. Mm-hmm. The timing hitting hasn't been there in the postseason, so I think it still is. I think it's a team that style of baseball can win, and I think we're seeing that. They had their struggles a little bit there in April, but bounced right back. So I think this is a team that can. They keep finding pitchers,
right?
Keep finding pitchers. They're not like you're not worried about them not hitting home runs because they actually play small ball.
You look at just this past weekend, in terms of the depth that they've been able to do. 2 games, it was TBDs. Oh, we'll just call up Coleman Crowe and Robert Gasser.
Yeah,
to get. Not a lot of teams can just go to their AAA and call up 2 of those pitchers, right? 2 of those type of pitchers, and just play from their depth at that point.
Right, and that's the thing. The bullpen has really kind of solidified itself after some struggles there. I think early it was shaky there for a couple of weeks, and I think now you're seeing it get a little bit more to the point where it's the normal Brewers bullpen there. So I would be more worried if I was a team built like the Cubs and you're not hitting home runs because they're not built to play small ball, whereas the Brewers are built to play this kind of baseball. They're fast players. Gary Sanchez excluded there, but
hey, he hit a triple this year.
He did have a triple. Not picking on Gary because he could probably still smoke me in a 40-yard dash, but they are a team that's built to play the small ball. So with them not hitting home runs shouldn't be that much of a concern because that's not what their offense is predicated on. Now, if you're the Cubs, on the other hand, your offense is predicated on hitting as many home runs as you can, getting a guy on, hitting a home run, and that's kind of what the Brewers' philosophy was kind of during the Counsell era. So I'm not worried about the Brewers' offense because I think they can find ways to manufacture. They know how to bunt. That is a lost art in Major League Baseball. Not many teams can bunt the way the Brewers do, and they know how to steal bases, and they know how to hit the ball to the opposite field. All things that a lot of teams do not focus on these days. So I think it's something that speaks highly about the Brewers. They know their system, and they know how to get the right people in the right places.
It's almost like, I think what, kind of to piggyback off what you're saying, when you're not hitting home runs and you're going through that cold stretch, it is really hard to kind of overcome that. Whereas if you've got multiple different ways where you can win with that small ball, whether it's bunt or hitting those doubles like the Brewers, it's easy to overcome kind of a cold stretch, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of, another way of maybe, because I would agree with that. Like if we've seen the Brewers before, like when they've gotten to the postseason where they've relied heavily on the long ball and it went dead quiet.
Oh, exactly.
And
there
nothing.
was. After the 2018 run, it was really like
it was like that Brave series. That's all they could rely on, and it was frustrating.
Yeah. So you want to see them keep staying with this. Now, obviously, the bullpen. There's some blips. Obviously, last week we saw it, when you give up a 3-run home run to lose a game after Mizorowski just pitches lights out. So those kind of are worrisome. That's the only problem is, like, you're not building up huge leads a lot of times when you're doing that. You're building up, leads that can go away with one swing.
Right.
And we saw that. But, again, that bullpen, we got Ashby, who's, to me, is going to win 20 games and go 20-0 and finish 5th in the Cy Young voting.
Well, then you even got like a Chad Patrick who seems to just, I know it's only a couple times now, but he seems to be more comfortable coming out of that pen. I mean, that Saturday game when you have Logan Henderson start, pitches 5 innings, and in a 2-1 game, Chad Patrick pitches the final 4 and allows 1 hit.
Right.
You go to the 9th, a lot of teams are just like, okay, go to the closer. You keep Chad Patrick in there, and this guy just seems like and you look at what he did in the bullpen in the postseason last year. This might be his. You throw him in there, you throw Ashby, you throw D.L. Hall, guys who give you length.
Yeah.
And you can almost go back-to-back days.
It is almost as much of an old school baseball team as you can have this day and age in baseball. Like, you're seeing pitchers that are your long guys, which kind of wasn't the thing that was going on for a long time. It's like, okay, now granted the rules changed where now you have to face the minimum and all that stuff.
Right.
But it's not the Tony La Russa, let's get 12 pitchers in a game from the 6th inning to the end.
Right.
They're going with guys that are true firemen, like true guys that are able to go out there and throw those innings. And that's why you're seeing a guy like Ashby get those wins, because maybe he gives up a run, but they're like, okay, well, we're still going to keep him out there because we know the stuff that he has. So there's not this instant we got to pull this guy and put somebody else in.
And like you said, I know they changed the rules and such, but even like those guys are comfortable keeping in for lefty-righty matchups.
Yeah.
In multiple after
They're
the first
starters.
time. Yeah.
They're starters. I mean, Ashby was a starter. Like, these are guys who
D.L. Hall was a starter. Obviously Chad Patrick's got starting experience.
I love that because these guys aren't like, okay, I only know how to face a right-handed batter. I only know how to face, that's what these guys are used to pitching against different, guys on the different sides of the box. So I think that is just, for me, it's refreshing to see. I don't know if I could just say how much I enjoy this. I almost wish, the only thing I wish with this is that there was no DH. Because I would almost love to see what kind of double switches.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And the pinch hitters and different stuff like that the Brewers would have been able to go up with this lineup, because there are so many guys that are interchangeable that I feel like you would get some really good matchups. So that's the one thing that hurts me, is that if there was no DH, I think this is even a more entertaining team to watch, just because you'd have that value of what kind of switches is Pat Murphy going to pull off here? Because you can put a lot of those guys in different spots and they would succeed. So
yeah,
all right, I'm petitioning it now. We should just have a week.
A week of no DH.
Yeah. Now, granted, one pitcher gets hurt, and that's
the end of it.
That's the end of it. But man, I'll never accept the DH as something I'm going to enjoy. I've accepted that it's part of the game now, but man.
You miss the
even playing, like when you were playing a baseball video game back in the day, and you knew
you would do home run derbies on your video game with just pitchers sometimes.
And if you knew the pitcher was coming, like you in your head, you had to strategize. Like it made you as a player, like, okay, my pitcher's coming up. Who am I putting in here? Who's the double switch? Oh man, that's just it's a lost art. But I'll accept the way the Brewers are playing, and that as that one kind of the casualty of them not being able to do that.
Yep. All right, we got to take our final break, and we'll make some picks, including that Brewers-Cubs series that's coming up after these quick words. All right, we only got a few minutes left, so let's just jump right into some picks. Well, first of all, we got to go to Stanley Cup. So we got a game 7.
Yes.
Game 7 between Buffalo, Montreal. Montreal's at Buffalo. Who are you going to pick?
For Philip Chorzay, Buffalo native, lived and died with the Sabres.
So you're
and
going
it's been a lot of
Montreal?
dying like the last decade and a half. Got to go with Buffalo. That would be a great story. I hate knocking out a Canadian team, but Buffalo's close enough ananyway.
Exactly.
You get across Niagara Falls and you're there.
Yep. So I'm going to go Buffalo too. So let's go.
Yeah,
let's
Phillips
go
gonna
Sabres.
and he's got to work tonight. He's
He's going to be antsy.
yeah, exactly.
All right, let's do some baseball games for today. We actually have a full slate for a Monday too, which is kind of nice.
Weird.
So Atlanta at Miami.
I'd go with the Braves.
Atlanta, yeah.
Yep.
That's a team a lot of people thought they were going to be really good this year. And I was like, okay, maybe, but boy, we're off to a really good start. So Baltimore, Tampa Bay.
Rays.
I'll go Rays. Cincy versus Philly.
Red hot. Don Mattingly led Phillies. I love Don Mattingly, so I kind of neat to see him having success there.
Really quick Glory Days thing. Back in my good old slow pitch softball playing days, I remember Don Mattingly came out with a slow pitch softball bat. I really need to find that.
That's awesome.
Because it was like a certain grip on there too. Oh, I remember that now. I'll have to see if I can find it.
How is he not in the We got to get him in the Hall of Fame.
Cleveland, Detroit.
Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland too. Mets and Washington.
Oh, boy. Let's give one to the Mets.
Hey, they got a Subway Series win against the Yankees. Maybe it's the tide's turning. Probably not, but I'll still go Mets.
They are the Angels of the National League. Whatever they try, just doesn't seem to work.
Toronto and the Yankees.
It's got to go with Toronto and the fighting Dalton Varsho's after that Grand Slam walk-off last week.
Yep.
Awesome.
I'll go Blue Jays too. Boston and Kansas City.
Royals.
Houston Twins.
Twins.
I'll go Twins too. It's
Winning
in
streak for
Minnesota.
them, 2 in a row.
Maybe.
Team streak. They are team
Houston's not very good either. So
yeah.
Texas, Colorado.
Pick them. I don't know. Flip a coin, Texas.
Athletics versus, I think, the league worst, Angels.
Oh, what a matchup we got.
Athletics are like 500, so I'm
still
A's.
going A's. I can't go the A's. I got to go Angels. I hate the A's.
All right.
I hate the owners of the A's.
There
That's
you
more
go.
what it is.
White Sox, the surprising White Sox and the Mariners.
I'll go surprising White Sox. Why not?
I'll go Seattle for this one. Dodgers, Padres. The real rival. Not this past weekend.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Padres.
I'll go Dodgers. And then Giants, Diamondbacks.
D-backs.
D-backs. And then finally, Brewers, Cubbies.
Oh, Brewers. By the way, a good baseball matchup tonight at Altoona, Elk Mound. Really good in the Clover Belt this year. Taking on a middle border stalwart in Altoona, so that's at Cinder City at 5. So just think of that. So it's like if you want a good matchup, there's one right there.
There you go. So, all right, those are your picks for this morning. So I won't see you next Monday because I won't be here next Monday. It's already Memorial Day.
It is, crazy. We'll be sitting in our lounge chairs.
Yeah.
The Mai Tai in our hand.
Man, it's probably going to be a busy weekend for you guys too because all the Express players are probably going to be coming in town too. So
it's always fun. Dale, we'll be contacting you if you're listening, so be ready.
Or right. I'm sure he's probably like this week. I wonder what his anxiety and stuff is just getting ready and making sure he's got enough players.
Yeah,
probably.
I was going to say that's always the thing. Does he have enough players to? Well, the one year when they just pulled Dalton Roach and he struck out 16 batters, so.
That worked out pretty good.
Yeah, it did.
So, all right. That's going to do it for us on this Monday edition. Tomorrow, it is a Grind My Gears Tuesday. Justice already gave you a preview for Golf Grind My Gears.
I did my whole segment.
So, think about what your Grind My Gears is. Brought to you by Toys and Ford. We'll hit that up tomorrow. Hopefully, we're talking about a Game 1 victory for the Crew tomorrow. Then maybe previewing a series potential win. We got Mizorowski on the mound tomorrow for the Brewers. So we'll hit that up, and then we'll chat some Badgers, too, with RJ. Now we got some more updates, news on the search committee for the athletic director on who's going to be on that, too.
I'm out of the running. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. But I think if it's a public thing, you could still apply, right?
You could.
Possibly. So, all right, have a good rest of your day. Same place, same time tomorrow morning. Talk to you then.